For a few minutes, I would like to take you back to almost 34 years ago. It's December in the year 1991, and 12 member states of what was then called the European Community gather in Maastricht to discuss the streamlining and broadening of European cooperation. Present are our then Queen Beatrix and French President Mitterrand. February 1992, these same leaders signed the Maastricht Treaty in the Netherlands, which will turn the European Economic Community into the European Union. It is said that no treaty in recent history has had so much influence on the daily lives of Europeans. 8 years later, in February of the year 2000, French President Chirac visits our then Queen Beatrix in the Netherlands. And in her speech to the president and his wife, Queen Beatrix mentions how in recent years our countries have quite often been on opposite sides. But today, she says in her speech, we stand side by side. And she emphasizes how our two countries were among the pères fondateurs, the founding fathers of the European Union. And she says we therefore feel extra responsible for the future of the Union. And it's during this visit in the year 2000 that our countries decide it would be a good idea to found a council, a conseil, a yearly debate around themes that are relevant to both our countries and to continuously work on our bilateral relationship. And this turned into the Erasmus Descartes conference. And the core of this conference is to bring together people from all kinds of backgrounds because our problems can only be solved by a multidisciplinary group of people, and bold solutions can only work if they are proposed by a multidisciplinary group of people. The first conference takes place in the year 2002, and it debated all kinds of topics, from social welfare to the separation of church and state in the early years, and in later years more revolving around science, technology, and innovation like the energy transition or quantum technology. And this year, food sovereignty. It's a timely discussion. Why? President Macron visited the Netherlands in 2023. It was a fun visit, as you can see. And organizations from both our countries signed a pact to stimulate innovation and progress. And it was emphasized that our countries can work together better in 4 domains, of which the food transition is one. Also, this event takes place shortly after the economic mission of our king and queen to the southwest of France, which is one of France's highest active agricultural regions. And this event takes place in the midst of the discussions around the new common agricultural policy and in the midst of the discussions around the successor for Horizon Europe, which is EU's main funding program for science or for research and innovation. So, having this discussion now, with such an excellent audience, makes sense. And today we'll be discussing everything around food sovereignty, the challenges and opportunities that our food systems face, geopolitical tensions, climate change, of course, the urgent need for new talent, as many farmers are retiring, the access to new technologies, the access, but of course also the adoption of new technologies, and topics like fair competition. We'll talk about existing successful corporations. We'll also talk about opportunities for new corporations. We have many speakers. We have 4 roundtables. It's a very packed program. So I invite you to really take part in this program. Let's turn this into an interactive dialogue because we have an amazing audience, you. We have people from universities, we have people from big companies, startups, we have bankers, we have farmers, we have youth association members, and of course we have young talents and people from the governments. And that is exactly what this conference is about, to have a conversation with such a diverse audience. So welcome again to the 23rd edition of the Erasmus Descartes Conference. And a special welcome to our 2 excellencies, Mr. Versteeg and Mr. Allebroen, and of course our missionary State Secretary, Jean Rumeny. My name is Irene. I have the incredible honor of being your host this afternoon. I studied, no worries, I studied psychology, but my background lies in entrepreneurship and technology. I spent 5 years in the Dutch quantum technology ecosystem. I know a couple of people in this audience through my work at Quantum Delta NL, and I'm super honored to lead today's discussion. And I would also love to hear who you are. So, let's start easy. Can you stand up if you're French? I like this 50-50 division. Thank you so much. Can you stand up if you're Dutch? Okay, slight majority, but still, I think it's 60-40. Thank you so much. Who here is a farmer? Can you stand up if you're a farmer? Okay, I see 6 people, 2 ladies also. Who here is a researcher or part of a university? A great number of people. Welcome, thank you. Who here works in industry? The farmer lady is also working in industry. Yeah, I get it. Okay, thank you so much. Who here is an entrepreneur or part of a startup? Yeah. Welcome to the entrepreneurs and startup people. Who here is a policy maker or works for the national or European government? Okay, quite a few. Yes, of course, the ambassadors are standing up and say thank you so much. And then, last but definitely not least, who here is a young talent? Student, PhD student. Boom! Maybe give a warm round of applause to the young talents who are so important. Thank you. I have a couple of statements, and I would like you to stand up if you agree with the statements. I have a catch box, and I'm going to give you the room to give some context. Okay, this statement is, our biggest threat to food sovereignty is not geopolitics, it's fragmentation inside the EU. Our biggest threat to food sovereignty is not geopolitics, but fragmentation inside the EU. Can you please stand up if you agree with this statement? And of course, you're also making a choice if you're sitting down, so don't think that... No one feels this way. Yeah, 2 ladies are... Yeah, I'm going to come to you now, of course. Yeah, that's why you were hesitating. Don't worry. Can I ask you to stand up again so we can see you? What's your name and the organization that you work for? You can speak into the little black...
Yes, my name is Annemarie Breukers. I work at TKI Agri-Food.
And you agree with the statement that the biggest problem is fragmentation inside the EU?
Yes.
Can you explain a bit more? Because you're part of the very big minority.
Yeah, I'll try, because food sovereignty, I think, in Europe, none of the countries in Europe is sovereign in terms of food in itself. We can only be sovereign together as one Europe.
Yep.
And then if you look at geopolitics, they've been of all ages. We have them now, but I think 10, 20 years ago, 50 years ago, and we will have them in 50 years again. So that's not something that you can exclude at any time. But what we can exclude what we can include is to be robust towards geopolitics.
Yeah, and you think we're not robust enough because we're too...
I don't think we're robust enough now. Yeah, no, I think we are too much focused on food sovereignty at the national level, at national interests, competition.
Yep.
And I think we really need to make steps in this.
Thank you so much, and welcome also. Thank you for being here. Okay, I have one more statement. I have time. Well, yeah. Okay, Europe's food sovereignty, Europe's food security depends more on attracting young farmers than on new technologies. Europe's food safety depends more on attracting young farmers than on technologies. Yeah, okay, let's give a young voice. What's your name? Oh, Peter, hi, yeah. Sorry.
I felt a bit of need that I had to stand up.
Can you explain to the audience who you are?
Yeah, I'm Peter Mederdorp. I'm the president of CISIA, which is the European Council of Young Farmers, so I felt a bit...
And a farmer yourself.
Exactly, I have a farm in Groningen.
No, but it's interesting because young people are tech savvy, they are in favor of adopting new technologies, and still you say it's more important to attract young farmers.
Yes, because I also saw it a bit as a result of generational renewal that investments into technology are being done. When you take over your dairy farm, you install milking robots, yes or no. That's when you do a new investment. Moreover, given the fact that half of the sector is over the age of 55 and thus quitting in 10 to 15 years, well, it's quite a demographic which will significantly change the sector in the next coming decade.
Yeah. Thank you. And we're going to hear more from you in one of the roundtables, of course. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to do something which is a bit odd. You'd usually do this at the end, but we have a couple of esteemed guests who can't make it until the end. So we're going to start this conference with a group picture. So Leslie is going to come to the audience. Would you like everyone to stand up, Leslie?
I'd like to, but I'm not going to be able to take the sides. So people on the side...
Please, everyone on the side, get up, make your way to the middle. And I suggest that we count backwards and we do food sovereignty, and then we keep the E. Do you have anything you want me to tell them? Can you see everyone? Ja, nou, ze komt van boven. Maar Leslie, do you have suggestions?
Yeah, that's the problem. Really, I see from you. So everything that is behind you, I don't see.
Okay. Because of the time, let's try and make it work this way. Yeah?
You know, otherwise I'll take a few pictures.
Okay.
I'll take, okay.
1, 2, 3. Food sovereignty! Yeah, one time. Yeah? One more? 1, 2, 3. Food sovereignty!
I'm so sorry, but
You're making it work, Leslie. Pragmatic attitude, that's what we need. Thank you so much. Okay. We will be hearing our opening remarks by Jean Rumeny, who is probably one of the most internationally experienced figures in Dutch agriculture. His name may sound French, but he was born and raised in Amsterdam. He studied at Wageningen University and joined the Ministry of Agriculture in the early 80s, and he built a career that now spans almost 4 decades. From the late 80s onwards, he served as an agricultural counselor representing the Netherlands in Europe, in the United States, in South America, and Southeast Asia. And in 2023, he appeared on the candidate list of the political party Boer-Burgerbeweging, which translates to Farmers' Citizens Movement. And in a profile, colleagues described him as someone who knows exactly how things work in Brussels. And it's probably this experience and expertise which is why in July 2024 he was appointed State Secretary for Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Nature. Please welcome Jean Rumeny. Is the height okay, like this?
Let's test it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think you can hear me.
Wonderful.
Okay. Vos Excellences, Monsieur Ambassadeurs, der Recteur-Général, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers invités, j'aimerais avant tout remercier celles et ceux qui réalisent cette 23e conférence Erasmus Descartes. C'est avec grand plaisir que j'ai accepté d'y participer et veuillez m'excuser de poursuivre en anglais. I don't wish to detract from those after whom this conference is named, nor from the great legacy of reason of both Erasmus and Descartes. But it is no less of a treat that we meet between the shelves crammed with works of art, many of them being cultural heritage that France and the Netherlands share, which is an heritage of beauty and awe, and a form of consciousness, in other words, another source of knowledge. So I would like to congratulate the Institute with its choice for this wonderful environment. Now let me get to why we are here. to reflect with you on our aims for innovation, knowledge and food security, the themes of our times. Many of you will agree that the work of farmers and fishermen is the invariable foundation of our food system, that their efforts are the core of who we are and who we can become, that we as countries have very well through that since the last ages. A common thread runs from the opportunities of farmers and fishermen to those of our people and our nations. But do we act accordingly? Do we really consider the position of farmers and fishermen and their families? Are they present enough in our discussions? Sometimes I think we could be more vigilant. Why vigilant? Most of us have grown up in prosperity, in countries whose economies are driven by advanced agricultural knowledge and technology, where peace is taken for granted. We tend to think of our food system as an endless well. Our food is safe. That's normal. It's everywhere, 24/7 available, often sustainable produced, until outbreaks of war, plagues, diseases, or trade dynamics remind us that prices of elementary food products like bread can soar, that Dijon mustard can be rare, that panic is contagious, and that our societies can find themselves in an immediate state of chaos. This is a fact of note against the backdrop of shifting geopolitical dynamics and interdependencies in food supplies. Secondly, farmers and fishermen in both of our countries are now being asked to shoulder more than they can bear, often feeling restricted by European and national rules. So much so that their young sons and daughters are looking for a different future now. They don't hide what that does to them. They call out how they risk becoming the sacrificial lamb and ask governments for recognition. Loudly, with one voice, be it by upside-down flags or by reversed town signs across the countryside. So this is my plea to you. Let vigilance be our very first step to reverse this. This means lending farmers and fishermen our ears, generally appreciating their work, taking into consideration real and actual economic constraints. These are meaningful deeds that ultimately do change, if consistently done, dependencies. They help to erase economic vulnerabilities and allow for more social economic development. It would be another step forward to foster climates for innovations. And yes, these climates could be restless assets. I know this from my own experience. But I also know that the drive to improve things is deeply human, not a novelty. We can draw a lot of inspiration from our compatriots. I myself can think of Simon Groot, who came from a Dutch family that had been active in seed trade and breeding for generations. He helped families from all over the world by providing vegetable seeds adapted to their circumstances, combining that with education. How to sow, what should you do for a better yield? I could do a project with him myself in Indonesia. Innovation is not just dumping knowledge. It's having the courage and the stamina to apply your solutions to local situations, knowing you can always graft new knowledge onto the old. This is in the French genes too. Remember Jules-Émile Planchon, the 19th century botanist from Montpellier, who found a solution to what initially seemed like the near end of viticulture due to an exotic pest. All the time he noted this. It was an almost invisible insect hiding in the soil, multiplying by countless myriads, which was exhausting even for the most vigorous finds. That insect was the American grape Phylloxera. So Monsieur Planchon sought advice from an American expert, and together they crafted European vines onto American rootstocks. The grapevines gained roots that indeed resisted the destructive pest. Powerful innovations know no borders. They are found beyond and in between. Some borders between aerospace and agriculture technology were crossed last October in Toulouse during the Dutch royal couple's working visit, also attended by many Dutch and French companies and institutions. New domains are to be explored jointly. I would also like us to remember the Innovation Pact, by which France and the Netherlands agreed on cross-boundary solutions, literally, symbolically, and bilaterally. It was signed 2 years ago during President Macron's state visit, as just was mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, I've touched upon 3 anchors for food security. One is to be found in practical collaborations I just mentioned. The collaborations France and the Netherlands agree upon during working visits or via a pact. Another anchor is within broad networks and crossovers where more know-how can be shared and more lessons are learned. And the third, perhaps the most important one, is our mindset. In us minding the circumstances of the farmer, it will make countries more aware of how we depend on global resources and help to better prepare when unforeseen crises expose hidden vulnerabilities. Something that brings us to that mindset lies right beneath our feet. This depot preserves a preliminary study of the gleaners, Les Glaneuses, the well-known work by Millet. We know our own Vincent van Gogh drew much inspiration from him. Van Gogh added to the gleaners' hope, the optimism of the sower, amongst other things. Reality has evolved because nowadays drones roam Millet's harvest fields. Lone sowers have been replaced by tractors, and ironically, we now find ourselves to comment with Spangler's words in the best conceivable corner of our world, an important heritage and one really to cherish. Ladies and gentlemen, our heritage comes with a responsibility to choose for innovations consistently. I hope that all of us will continue to foster exactly that, so that we can do what is right for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now watch a video by the French Minister of Agriculture, Food Sovereignty and Forestry, Annie Genevard.
Monsieur le secrétaire d'État, messieurs les ambassadeurs, chers amis, je voudrais d'abord saluer chaleureusement tous ceux qui ont rendu possible cette 23e édition de la conférence Erasmus Descartes. Le thème que vous avez choisi, la sécurité et la souveraineté alimentaire européenne, touche au cœur même de mon engagement de ministre et revêt une importance majeure pour nos sociétés. C'est donc avec regret que je m'adresse à vous à distance, retenu à Paris par l'examen du projet de loi de finances pour 2026. Depuis plusieurs années, la question alimentaire s'impose à nous avec une force nouvelle. Les tensions géopolitiques s'intensifient, les chaînes d'approvisionnement se fragilisent, les crises climatiques se multiplient. Autant de lignes de faille qui rappellent à quel point nourrir nos populations n'est jamais un acquis. Et dans ce monde devenu plus imprévisible, nos agriculteurs affrontent des défis croissants, parfois vertigineux. Face à ces défis, notre devoir est clair. Bâtir un système agricole et alimentaire plus innovant, plus durable, plus résilient. Un système qui consolide notre souveraineté alimentaire européenne tout en contribuant à la sécurité alimentaire mondiale. Rien de tout cela ne pourra se faire sans une coopération renforcée et je me réjouis de la relation de confiance qui unit la France aux Pays-Bas, particulièrement dans les domaines agricoles et agroalimentaires où nos chemins se croisent depuis longtemps. La visite d'État du président Macron en 2023 a donné un nouvel élan à cette relation avec la signature du Pacte pour l'innovation et la croissance durable qui fait de la transition alimentaire l'un de ses axes prioritaires. Cette ambition commune trouve un prolongement naturel dans la coopération entre l'INRAE et Wageningen. Ces deux institutions portent depuis des années une recherche à la pointe attentive aux besoins du terrain comme aux grandes transformations du siècle. Le renouvellement de leur accord de coopération le 11 septembre 2025, sous l'impulsion de leur président, Mme Siuki Eimowara et de M. Philippe Mouguin, prolonge plus de 15 années d'échanges féconds que je tiens à saluer. Pour accompagner cette dynamique, nous avons besoin d'un cadre européen solide, capable de financer et de déployer des politiques d'investissement, d'innovation et de recherche à la hauteur des enjeux. Je me réjouis d'ailleurs de la présence de la Commission européenne parmi vous, tant elle est un acteur essentiel de cette ambition partagée. La politique agricole commune en est la pierre angulaire. Elle demeure notre premier outil. Il nous appartient de préserver son ambition, sa cohérence et son caractère véritablement européen. La PAC a été fondatrice de notre Union. Elle doit rester fondatrice de notre avenir. Cela exige des moyens budgétaires à la hauteur de la mission qu'elle porte, nourrir les Européens et garantir notre souveraineté. D'autres instruments européens seront également déterminants, notamment le futur fonds de compétitivité et son articulation avec le prochain programme cadre de recherche et d'innovation, Horizon Europe 2028-2034. Ces outils doivent nous permettre de soutenir les investissements essentiels, d'accompagner les transitions et de donner à nos agriculteurs comme à nos entreprises agroalimentaires les moyens de se projeter dans l'avenir. Mais rien de durable ne se construira sans ceux qui feront vivre cette agriculture demain. Le renouvellement des générations est l'autre grand pilier de notre souveraineté. Former des agriculteurs, des ingénieurs, des chercheurs, des décideurs, c'est assurer la continuité d'un savoir-faire européen, d'une ambition partagée et d'un destin agricole commun. Je me réjouis de l'importance que vous avez accordée à la voix des étudiants et des jeunes chercheurs et j'apporte tout mon soutien à l'intervention des jeunes talents. Votre action est déterminante pour l'avenir des Européens et vous êtes les artisans de l'agriculture européenne qui arrive. Chers amis, permettez-moi finalement de remercier chaleureusement les Pays-Bas pour leur accueil et pour l'esprit d'échange qui caractérisera, j'en suis certaine, cette rencontre. Puisse cette conférence prolonger ce que nos deux pays savent produire de meilleur, une coopération concrète, ambitieuse et porteuse de solutions d'avenir pour notre agriculture.
Wonderful. Okay, we heard this we heard just now that attracting young talents to this sector is of utmost importance. To make sure we don't just talk about this new and young generation, we have the Young Talents Program, and this is quite literally about giving them the stage. It's the ultimate example of giving them the stage. They are 12 bright minds, students and PhD students. They worked on 2 self-defined challenges since September, and we're now going to hear from 2 people, 2 pitches, 2 teams about what they've been working on since September. Can I please invite to the stage Team 1? They worked on the challenge Agri-Food System for future generations. Please give a warm round of applause for Juliana Veldhuizen and team. You already have a microphone. Wonderful. Do you need the clicker?
Yes, please. Ava will take it.
Yes. Here you go. The floor is yours.
Food sovereignty does not exist. And let me tell you why. Out of 100 euros spent on food, only 6.4 goes to agricultural production. Is this how we create sustainable competitiveness? During COVID-19 lockdown, panic buying in Europe caused massive disruptions. Does this look like a resilient system? And what about sustainability? In Europe, we waste 88 million tons of food every year. That's roughly 20% of all the food produced. Is this how we create a sustainable food system? But this is not a message of despair. It's an invitation to rethink the future. As you can see, there are already many successful initiatives present today, proving that this method can work. As a vital part of human life, we want to put food back at the center of our social contract. So let's go on a brief journey, far from the system we know, into a future where food is finally at its rightful place. We envision a society where governance begins not in boardrooms, but in gardens. Meals become democratic spaces where growing, cooking, sharing are the foundation of democracy. We envision a society where the government actively orchestrates daily life around nourishment. Urban and rural planning are revolutionized to ensure every development includes spaces to grow. We envision a society in which cultivating the soil is a collective responsibility. In this food-centered society, the school timetable follows the seasons, not the clock. Children cannot be passive consumers. They are trained as active stewards of the food system. They learn to read the weather like a book, understanding climate change, plant growth, and food literacy. These children are more than just students. They are food citizens ready for solidarity. They possess the most necessary knowledge of all, how to sustain their community in a changing world. Through nature, kids learn that food heals. Putting food first leads to a healthier life. Today, Europe faces rising rates of obesity, chronic illness, and mental health issues, all of which are a result of losing control over our food and our health. Actually, in 2022, 59% of adults and almost 1 in 3 children in Europe were overweight or living with obesity. Food citizenship is a public health intervention because we cannot separate our food system from our health systems. Gardening means less stress and more mental well-being, and cooking with fresh ingredients means more nutrients, less processed food, and a healthier diet. We envision a society where food citizenship removes old barriers by creating new solidarities. We envision a dynamic seasonal mobility. This means that urban residents benefit from paid leave to help contribute to the food system, while farmers in the countryside receive support for their business and are able to exchange expertise and connect with people from the city. This is a voluntary act of solidarity. These harvest periods define the calendar and structure social life around nature. Days of shared labor and in shared harvest, creating deep bonds between the grower and the consumer. When we restructure society to place food back at the center, we will be able to achieve happier, more resilient communities. While we don't see this today, it should be the objective of every state. Initiatives are plenty, and we are 6 young talents already working towards the future here in Rotterdam. So now, what is the Rotterdam you want for the future? What is the society you want for the future? Stop betting on the few and empower the many. Build with us a food system that we truly own. Thank you.
What a wonderful pitch. Thank you so much, Juliana and team. Talk about a vision for the future. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And I would like to invite to the stage group number 2, which worked on the challenge from food democracy to food sovereignty. Please give a round of applause for Laura Slot and her team. I think you have to click a few times still, Laura. Ooh, Tech, can you help? Because we're seeing the slides of group 1. And we're supposed to see the slides of group 2.
Or should I click?
Laura, take a moment. No, I think... And when they're ready... Okay, another round of applause for Laura Slot and her team. Woo!
Who do you think has the power in our food system? Is it you as policymakers, or is it you as industry leaders? Well, we certainly know it's not the citizens, and it's also not our nature. So, at the moment, our food system is governed in a rather top-down way, and also it is rather complicated. And so consumers are thought to vote 4 times a day, and like they are seen as consumers. But they don't really shape the food system. They don't have this opportunity. So what we propose is to look more at how citizens can shape our food system, but also regarding respecting the environment, natural environment and cultural environment, and also that our future generations can do the same thing. So, because one of the problems that we have in our world is that our world is divided by political boundaries rather than natural boundaries. So this forms a disconnection of people with our environment. So because of this, we propose another way to actually look at the world. So we look at bioregions instead. So this is not like political borders, but it's actually natural systems that define how our world is divided, and this reflects the true connections that exist in our nature. So this is not only a natural boundary, but this is also reflects the cultural values that we have. For example, here you see Europe is not divided in countries, but rather in these bioregions, and this reflects better the food values that we have and the preferences as well. For example, like in the north, there is more consumption of butter, and in the south, more consumption of olive oil. And so to get to this point, to regard the bioregions, we need to look at the Food Sovereignty Assembly. This is what we propose. So how does this actually work? We thought of a way that is based on the Dragon's Den TV show. So these private and public stakeholders, it can be anyone, they defend their projects in front of a citizen assembly and everything regarding the region that they are in. In this way, the citizens deliberate on these projects and they can shape their own bioregion in which they live. And how are these citizens then selected? Well, of course, they're randomly selected, and it can be literally anyone. Like, no matter your age, your gender, or your culture, anyone can be selected to do this. And they will stay there for 6 months, and then the next people will be assigned. Their number of seats varies across bioregions, and they also have benefits like they get educational material about food systems and about nature, and then also get days off granted, of course. So in this way, we will provide a better connection between citizens and nature and the region in which they actually live. And so you are all invited because the tables have turned. Welcome to the Citizens' Den. Thank you.
Well done, Laura. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to ask you to step to the side of the stage, and then Mr. Roumanier, you have the honor of announcing the winner. I'm going to... Will you give a microphone? Wonderful.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment, as being said, has come to present the Young Talents Award 2025. In doing so, I really fully support on the expert judgment on the jury and a bit also on my own compass. And when I think about that compass carefully, it confirms it has never failed to point towards the next generation. Dear future generations, dear team members, I have the honor of announcing one winner among you, but of course the award is meant as an encouragement to all of you. A beloved academic metaphor is that with our knowledge and talents, we are like dwarfs standing on the shoulders of giants. Thinkers such as Erasmus and Descartes were giants, symbolically speaking. Suppose they were among us today and had just enjoyed that lunch prepared by Jim de Jong and his team. Perhaps the young Descartes would have put a piece of bread on Erasmus' plate. Ah, bread, Erasmus would have recognized. The simplest food, yet also the most precious. Without the farmer, we would neither think nor write, nor eat or dine. Perhaps Descartes would then have stared, very much in doubt, at the glass in his hand. Good point, Desiderius. We can establish the conclusion that food precedes everything we think. It is a fact, indeed, that the farmer's work is not merely a profession, but the foundation of all else, including reason. Reason rests on the work of rough hands. Erasmus again. Cogitamus, cogitamus, cher René. Out of love for knowledge, we both know how prosperous the Dutch of Burgundy is. Why then is the farmer despised as if he is very worth less? And why must he also suffer from dukes and monarchs who wage war against one another? I've seen ruined harvests and battlefields. They keep sending young men to their deaths. Is that not the height of folly and vanity? Descartes. People find it difficult to accept that reason. Once liberated, can be infinitely powerful. May I be so bold as to recommend my method to you? I admit it is somewhat elaborate, but it helped me to realize that war is a mental state, a confusion of the mind caused by habit and ambition. That is why, Desiderius, so many people seem so foolish to you. Dear team members, we all inherit from Erasmus, Descartes, and their contemporaries, who opened the door in Western Europe to an entirely new universe of knowledge. But it is entirely permissible not to follow these giants in rejecting a desire for honor. Ambition can be a strong driving force to defy old habits and reach new goals. In fact, we need this kind of habit now more than ever, and I take pride in your participation in this competition. Thank you for presenting your ideas, some of which my generation has not known. It is wonderful to be in your presence, being able to learn from your perspective on today's challenges. I will keep you in suspense no longer and name the team. The winning team is... Yeah, I miss now something like that. Food sovereignty does not exist. Congratulations.
Stage. Come to the stage. Is er iets van bloemen?
Maak deze slide.
Leslie will come to take a photo. Leslie, are you ready? One more round of applause for the winning team! Woo! Yes? Okay, now I want to invite also you onto the stage because you also deserve another round of applause. Please stay on stage. Mentors also come to the... Please, mentors, come to the stage for a group picture with everyone. Wonderful. I'm going to take this away. Yes, wonderful. Okay, one more time, round of applause for all the talents and their mentors. Woo! Okay, and now the winning team can come off stage, so the other team also gets their own photo. That's the last bit. Yeah, yes. I have my instructions. Okay, one more round of applause for the runner-up. Woo! Yes, I get a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Thank you, and also thank you for presenting the award. Oh, would you like to say something more? Yes. Yeah, it's on, it's on. Yep.
But to conclude, you're all invited to the Salon de l'Agriculture in Paris.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lemony. Okay. It is time for our first round table. There are 4 round tables in this conference. This first one will sort of be the overarching one which will guide the other 3 that go into a specific direction. This panel, or this round table, will be introduced by Pierre-Marie Aubert. He grew up in the French countryside, spending his school holidays working on his grandfather's orchard, picking apples and pears for a few francs a day. Agriculture was familiar to him early on, but he soon realized that to change the system, you need more than just farming. So after high school, he entered one of the Grand Écoles in life sciences, where he completed his master's degree, but then again he realized, and I quote, biology alone simply isn't enough. So he moved into political sociology, and he obtained a PhD which focused more on the human side of transformation. And he spent nearly a decade working in developmental studies, mostly in North America, while lecturing at Agro Paris Tech. Eventually he turned back to Europe, the food system that he grew up in and the policies that he could influence as a citizen. Today he still teaches, but he's also the director for agriculture and food policies at IDRI, which is a French think tank. Please give a warm round of applause for Pierre-Marie Aubert.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me this afternoon. So, yeah, the question is why too big to be addressed in like 3 or 4 minutes. But the idea is to look at this question of food sovereignty, and first of all, to try to understand why did this question come to the agenda. And the question came to the agenda because basically Europe has to face, and the European food system has to face the 3 key factors, at least the factors that are considered as being key for endangering sovereignty, which is like dependency over third countries, geopolitical risk, and the fact that we have supply disruption risks. And what I'm going to do in the next few minutes is to explain or show you things that probably you know, but why the current EU food system basically is facing those kind of risks. And to do that, we need to understand or to look or to have a common understanding of how the food system works. So how the food system works? Well, we have here the boundaries, the dotted lines, and our food system has basically as a backbone biomass production. Now we all need biomass to feed humans, to feed animals, and here already we have a number of dependencies that arise because to feed animals we use the biomass we produce in Europe, what we import also a lot. So here I've just put biomass we imported from Ukraine before the crisis, but there are also, of course, biomass we import from Latin America, another form of soybean, etc. So to feed our livestock, we need not only the biomass we produce, but a lot of biomass we import. And this is all the more important that we need also amino acids to complete that biomass, and most of the amino acids we use come from elsewhere, and mostly from China. And why is this important that we need to import so much biomass is also because there are also other needs that need to be fulfilled with the biomass we produce in the EU for non-food uses, and they are numerous, of course, bioenergy, but also a lot more of biomaterial. But if biomass is, so to speak, the engine of our food system, we need the fuel. And the fuel of our food system is basically nitrogen, phosphorus and potash as well, but nitrogen is the easiest to model. And you all know that the bulk of the nitrogen we use is not produced in the EU. It comes from other countries, and countries we might not really wish to continue to trade with, or where there is a little bit of a risk. So things have evolved. It was Russia first, now it's a little bit, anyway. Normally there was another graph here, but anyway. And the thing is that the nitrogen, which is the fuel of the food system, is basically flowing around to feed a lot of cattle, leading to massive production of meat, eggs, and milk, which we consume in too much quantity. So here is the amount of protein we consume a day, 100 grams, and we know that this is well beyond what we would need, and the animal proteins is in gray. What we would need is twice as less as what we consume. And it's not only too much compared to what we need, it's also way too much compared to what is available for the rest of the world. So it's also a matter of global social justice, right? Why is it important to look at how much animal protein we consume? It's because it is one of the key drivers of our dependency upon both biomass we import for feed and nitrogen we import for biomass production. And this is done in a very inefficient way. If you look at the food system in a very simplified way, the nitrogen we import and the feed we import accounts for roughly 16 million tons of nitrogen, out of which a fraction goes around, but the bulk of it is lost. We lost over 60% of the nitrogen we consume in our food system, which is highly inefficient. So we need to be more efficient, to be more circular, and this also leads the EU food system to be dependent upon the rest of the world. This graph presents the dependency of the EU in calories and in proteins. We all know that we are dependent upon protein import. 25%, between 20 and 25% of protein we consume are imported. But this protein dependency directly translates into a caloric dependency. We consume nearly 10% of the calorie, nearly 10% of the calorie we consume are imported. So we need to change our food system, we know that, and there are two ways in which we know, we all agree we need to do, is first, increase circularity, second, increase diversity. And this points to three big policy needs in terms of innovation: invest in plant protein, invest including biofermentation, precision fermentation to develop also the amino acid we need, invest in industry policy to have stronger food value chains from the beginning to the end of the value chains, including funding transaction costs to structure those value chains, and invest in innovation to support what needs to be developed. So that's a first kind of overview of the situation of the EU food system and why we need to change it towards more circularity, more diversity to reduce the structural dependency.
Thank you so much. You can keep the microphone. We're going to get some chairs onto the stage, so you can take the right chair once there is a chair, and I will introduce the other people on this round table, starting with Diego Cangafano. He is originally from Spain. He studied law. He became an assistant professor first and then began his career as a lawyer in Madrid. But in 1991, he changed his path and he joined the Council of the European Union as an EU official. He's advised EU commissioners in the fields of transport, of industry and entrepreneurship, as well as the president of the European Parliament. And since 2014, he is working in the European Commission's Directorate General for Agriculture and Rural Development, right now serving as the Acting Deputy Director General. Please welcome Mr. Diego Cangafano. You may take a seat here, so we're... yes, exactly. Okay. Arthur Portier. He grew up on a farm just outside of Paris, where his family has been cultivating cereals and oilseeds for decades, and he still runs this farm today together with his brothers. But he also studied management, finance, and international markets, and this led him to start a career at another family company, Agritel, which is an advisory firm that was started by his father 25 years ago. Why? Because his father saw early on that farmers need to understand how global markets shape local prices. And in 2021, Agritel was acquired by Argus Media, which is a global leader in price assessments and market intelligence. And Arthur stayed on as a senior consultant. Since 2015, he's been traveling to the Ukraine regularly to do on-the-ground research. Also, after the full invasion started, he's seeing how the war is influencing our global supply chains. His insights have contributed to the Farm Initiative, which was started by President Macron. And today he still combines both worlds, advising, being consulted, and being a farmer. Please welcome Arthur Portier. I think yes, it's working again. Okay, wonderful. Last but not least, Sjoukje Heimo-Vara has loved plants for as long as she can remember. At school, she discovered genetics, and in Wageningen, she realized that plant breeding is a beautiful discipline, but also a very slow one. So she moved to molecular genetics, an area where she could learn faster, act faster, and see results in real time. After graduation, she joined TNO. She obtained her PhD at Leiden University, and then she moved from research into leadership. First at TNO, and later at Royal van Zanten, which is a very big company in Dutch floriculture. She started as an R&D director and eventually became CEO. She spent 17 years at the company. The company was sold. She just stayed on for a transition year, and then she left and found herself without a job for the first time. It was nice for a while, and then she started receiving calls. Sjoukje, you should go here. Sjoukje, why don't you go there? And many calls pointed to Wageningen. She hesitated first, but the third call convinced her, and she applied for the job 4 hours before the deadline. She started in a different role, but in 2022, she became the president of Wageningen University and Research, a place she calls fantastic and work she finds meaningful every day. Please welcome Sjoukje Heimo-Vara. Okay, we have 2 microphones, do we? I see no microphones in your hands. Can I ask for another microphone over there? Thank you. Okay. Mr. Cangafano, I want to start with you, because this is the sort of roundtable that's setting the stage for the other roundtable. So can I just ask a broad question? When you zoom out, what are the overarching political insights that inform the Commission's vision on Europe's agri-food system?
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, no, the technique is going to turn it on, I think. Oh, we do have to switch it on. I wonder where? I think here. No? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the French and the Dutch authorities for inviting me to be here today. I was thinking, what am I supposed to say that is going to resonate with French and Dutch people? And I'm going to mention about how important agri-food exports are. Research, which normally we don't hear that very often. We hear complaints about imports, but we don't speak so much about exports. And let me mention...
Exports or experts?
No, exports.
Exports.
Agri-food exports, I want to mention. I think we're all familiar how powerful France is and how famous are their cheese, wines, champagnes, and so on.
I see people nodding their head.
Undisputed. And I think we're also familiar how good the Dutch are with exports, and I'm happy to mention that here in Rotterdam, which is essential not only for the Netherlands, but also for the European Union as a whole. We, the Europeans, are exporting agri-food more than ever. More than ever. And we have a fantastic trade surplus, which was of 70 billion euros in 2023, 64 billion trade surplus in 2024, so we export much more than what we import, and this is going to continue. And this is going to creating growth and jobs in the whole economy, and not only in the agri-food sector. Now, in one of the slides, there was this reference that all of this money, just a tiny part goes to farmers, and that's correct, and that's what we need to improve.
6%.
But exports will keep growing, and let me say something blunt, because we are the best of the planet making food and drink. As simple as that.
I love this positive start of the event. We are the best on the planet in making food and drink.
We are not the best of the planet on everything, but making food and drink, we, Europeans, we are the best of the planet. We are the old continent. We've been producing fine food for ages, so we have this great advantage in the world, which is making us that we are exporting more. Now, when I mention this issue of the exports, someone will say, yes, but we need to buy local. I agree. I entirely agree, but please don't make it a contradiction. Both things are complementary. We have to eat local, we have to use short supply, but we're doing a good business in agri-food sector, and it's good for the economy as a whole. If we only buy local, We don't drink coffee. Can you imagine life without coffee? Can you imagine life without coffee? There's a revolution if there is no coffee. Can't you imagine life without tea? Without chocolate? Can't you imagine that? Well, we import cacao. We import coffee because we need it. So you cannot only think exclusively local. Both things are complementary. Now, what do we do as European Union to try to facilitate? We want to diversify the exports. There was a mention on the imports. I'm going to mention on the exports. The more we diversify, the better. We are negotiating and opening markets, opening opportunities. And this is not going to stop because the middle class, the growing middle class in Asia, Africa, and so on, they want to eat and drink like you and me. Mm-hmm. And this is going to go up. So I think I wanted to mention this plea in favor of trade, and I want to say here in Rotterdam, in the heart of European trade.
Thank you. Does anyone want to respond to this? Because Arthur, I was going to ask you about the main challenges, but maybe first as a farmer and also as a consultant advisor, how do you listen to what?
The first thing, I totally agree. So thank you, Diego, for that. I totally agree with that. Yes, producer, we have numerous, I would say, challenges, especially for the weather, for example.
What's the most urgent challenge you're dealing with?
I mean, whether it's one and part of that, I will after just talk recently that we have one increasing, which is the geopolitical part, also the regulatory and regulation. But for example, just for the weather, because the prices will also depend on weather, and you know that we have a big impact on the prices on our farm and how to produce. But what we can say, it's just, for example, over the past 10 years in France, there have been 3 years with a production below 30 million tonnes for wheat, when the average usually is 35 million tonnes. So it's also changed something when you think about your export, program and also countries you have to deal with. More recently, as I said, we have geopolitical also take the lead on the markets, and we are mainly dependent to what is happening in the international side. Just few examples on that, but after the Ukrainian crisis, Ukraine stopped to export through Odessa, which represented 95% of the export in the country. The wheat prices in the international stage soared to 380 euros per ton, and we are now below 200 euros per ton. So you can imagine the huge volatility we have on the market. And as you know, volatility, it's make managing our farm difficult, I would say. So this is also a challenge. We also lost, when I say we, it's the French operator, we lost the Algerian market following the president's statement on
Algerian
market, yes, following the French president's statement on the Western Sahara. And we have to say that and to highlight the fact that Algeria accounts for 50% of our wheat exports. So also in terms of strategy.
Ooh, so that has a direct effect on your business.
Yeah, direct effect, because I think it's something like minus 20, minus 25 euros per ton on the wheat market in Euronext, which is, I would say, not sustainable currently. So that's why we have to work also in terms of geopolitics and to find some new partnership. We are not only there to feed some people, we also have to work in partnership. We can think about Morocco, especially on the nitrogen or phosphate market. So this is also part of the job. And finally, I think regulation also have some impact on the market, regulatory, I would say. We have some big regulation, and we know that is something that we have to think in a long-term view when you are a farmer, and it's sometimes very difficult with the new policy, as they are working more in a short-term outlook, and difficult for us to invest in one direction when you have to just have a step back to 2 years after that. So that's also one of our main challenges. So whether geopolitical, innovation, for example, and also regulation and regulatory.
Right. And Sjoukje, I was going to ask you the same question, but maybe you also want to respond to what you just heard. What do you think is the biggest challenge for food sovereignty in Europe, but also specifically in the Netherlands?
Yeah, well, I think my neighbor already explained the bigger import problems. And then we should think, I think, as Europe and as the Netherlands, what do we want to be as a producing nation? Do we want to have food sovereignty, or do we want food also to be part of our economic earning system? And I think it should be both, and it should be also the second. But to go into the point of food sovereignty, we should wean off of the the dependencies we have now. So you already described, like feed, fertilizer, phosphate, potassium, and energy, in fact. Those are the dependencies we have to be food sovereign in Europe. And I think we should think about those, because those are also the ones that correlate with the factors that now threaten our sustainability of our food system. Because, of course, the food production as we have now is not fully sustainable. We already talked about the nitrogen surplus, but we should also talk about climate change, which is affecting food production. It is affecting our weather. It's affecting the south of Europe in the summer, the north of Europe in the winter, and in other ways. But it is also affecting our soils in many ways, but also, for example, in salinization of some more delta areas or in the Dutch polders. So to battle those long-term threats for our food production, and if we can, in fact, they overlap for a large part with the parts that are the dependencies that we have. So this intensive animal production we have in spaces, this is threatening our soils, but also our dependencies, because we depend on these feed imports. So I think these are the things that we can really think about, and we can, if we do this in a smart way, we can become more competitive, because these are problems that will be all over the world in
but what does
one
smart
mix
look
or
like?
another.
You say we should do this in a smart way. What does that look like concretely?
That we don't think of going back to the history. So we don't think only about let's do it in the ways we used to do extensively. And I'm not against extensive agriculture, but this is not the only way. We should also think about modernizing in a sustainable way. And that is also when we get to a point where we can also think of exports, not only of our foods, but also of our knowledge. And I was talking to one of the people in public about the real speed China is making in food production innovation and knowledge. It's incredible what they're doing. They're also really heavily investing in food sustainability. Not always the same definition of sustainability we have, but planetary sustainability, they are heavily, and I'm happy they are. But if we don't, then we will be backlogged in this field, and I think that would be a waste of the position we have now, which I agree upon is still good.
Yeah, because Pierre-Marie, how are you listening to this? Are you as optimistic as Diego is?
Well, I would agree with Diego that we are probably the best exporters, the best producers, and that's why we are exporting so well. And I think we should not, we should be proud of that. I also think that what we are exporting is mostly things that have a non-price competitiveness. And I think it's important to make that distinction between price and non-price competitiveness. Because on price competitiveness, we were discussing that with Arthur over the lunch. On price competitiveness, for what are the pure commodities, the margins of maneuver we still have in Europe to gain a little bit more price competitiveness are very limited for one simple reason, which is that price competitiveness is not determined, but is strongly influenced by our yields. And our yields in most of the EU are very close to the maximum potential yields. While in most of the rest of the world, where our biggest competitors are, the yield gap is still very high. And so as long as they will be able to continue to improve their yields, they will improve their competitiveness, and they will continue to have gain and reducing their production costs. So I think we should not be naive on how much competitive we can be in the future. It doesn't mean that we should not be investing. I think we should be continuing to invest to make our food systems more circular, and there are a lot of innovations. More circular doesn't mean less productive. It just means different way of farming. But I think we should be clear on the fact that it's going to be a very big challenge to kind of catch up on competitiveness, or at least remain competitiveness on price competitiveness only, which brings us to the question of trade. How do we organize our trade in such a way that we can continue to export what we are good at producing, and at the same time, we continue to be able to produce what we are, if not less good, at least we are slightly becoming less competitive in price competitiveness to produce. And I think this is a big challenge, and it comes to what we have to offer to the rest of the world. We can offer very nice food, we can offer a lot of things, knowledge probably, and we need to get the rest of the world to accept that there are things that we want to continue to be able to produce, even though from a pure market perspective, it would be most advantageous in a Ricardian perspective to import this. And we don't want to import this because we want to be able to continue to produce the food we consume.
Understood. You wanted to say something.
I need to say something about the title.
The title, okay.
The title. We don't have a problem of food security in the European Union. We don't. And thanks God, this is inter alia thanks to the Common Agricultural Policy. We can all criticize the Common Agricultural Policy, but I think it's also fair to say that it's working pretty well. And in the worst moment of the pandemic, where we didn't have drugs, we didn't have a lot of things, we did have food. We did have food. So I want to praise the farmers and the Common Agricultural Policy. We don't have a problem of food security. And as the minister said, we have this policy working for 60 years. It can be improved, definitely, but it's quite solid. We do have an issue on food affordability, but not on food security.
Okay, we have an issue in food affordability.
Food affordability, when it's expensive, that we have an issue, but not on food security. I mentioned on imports, I mentioned exports, I mentioned on imports and the dependencies. We are working to reduce the dependencies. And today is a very peculiar day because today the Commission has approved a strategy on bioeconomy, how to use bioeconomy and how to use, for example, biofertilizers, how to improve circularity, as you said before, to reduce dependencies on fertilizers, for example, we're dependent, and how to enhance, for example, we're also dependent on feed materials. We import a lot of soya from some countries, how to enhance our protein production in the European Union to be less dependent. But while I have the floor and while we hear most of the times critics on the Common Agricultural Policy, I want to do the opposite.
Yeah, it's clear. I like it.
The Common Agricultural Policy with all the inconvenience, but we don't have a problem, thanks God, of food security in the European Union.
Wonderful. I saw you sort of, yes, but also you, Pierre-Marie, maybe Sharky.
Maybe the only thing I wanted to say, and I'll leave the floor after, but I would kind of push back a little bit on the food affordability, food security, because food security is basically 4 pillars, and food affordability is one of the pillars. Right? It's access, availability, stability, and use. And so affordability is one component of food security, so I would not be so, anyway.
You want to nuance a little bit what he said. Okay, he accepts it. Sjoukje.
Yeah, 2 comments on food affordability. I think never in history have we paid so small percentage of our income to food. I think the Netherlands are worse because we don't value food enough, our quality of food enough, I think, but France is better in that. But still, the percentage we spend on food is so low, and from that percentage, only a very, 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 very small percentage goes to the farmer. It's a small aside. But what I see for the future for Europe is that there will be intense competition on land, fertile land. And if we want to be sovereign, because food sovereignty or security is now on the agenda, but we should also think about chemical and material sovereignty. And currently, I think globally, 95% of the chemistry is fossil-based. So if we have to wean off of fossils, we also have to go to bio-based chemistry in long term. We need some land for that. Land will not, usable land will not grow. I mean, the yield gap is quite close in most of Europe, not in East, but so we have a competition for land, and we will have to think about that. And we should not just stick to the system as is, but we really should think what is the best division, the best use of our land for bio-based economy, for food, for export, for health. So I think that's what we should think about.
Yeah, you want to respond? Sure.
I need to say something. In addition to land, soil quality, which is where we are lucky to have in the public the president of the European Board of Soil, former minister and good friend.
Can he raise his hand so everyone, yes, over there, okay, welcome.
And he knows that we're working very close to improve, in addition to land, the soil. And because without improving the quality of the soils, the amount of land we have is limited, but at least let's work together on improving the soil. Sorry, I couldn't resist, because also a way to recognize this gentleman.
Wonderful. Arthur, you wanted to?
Just to add something on that, as I totally agree, we cannot work on food sovereignty without energy sovereignty, and that's the fact.
Without energy
it's mainly
sovereignty.
yes, our energy dependency. We saw that, with the war and when we stopped to import, and we tried to stop to implement some taxes on the Russian origin, for example. It just we have to change the way to think about that. But also we cannot, I would say, pit sustainability against economy. And we definitely have also to think about economy. For me, and as a farmer, it's impossible to have a sustainable system without sustainable economy. I mean, we need also to speak about economy. And on all the speech we have for, I think, the past few years, we always think about environment. We always think about, okay, how to produce. We always think about a lot of things, but we always forget about economy, which is one of the most important things, I think, to be I think if we want to stay rich like that, and to still produce in Europe, we need also to have an economy to think about sustainability, not after economy, but in the same time.
Okay, so you think too much attention goes to the environment?
It's not too much, because I know it's very important, and as a farmer, I totally agree with that statement, but it's just that we missed economy, and we have to place economy also in the top of the stage.
Pierre-Marie?
Yeah, thanks, Arthur. I guess on that topic, I think I will come back to what we were saying earlier. When we talk about economy, we talk about productivity, price competitiveness, non-price competitiveness for a share of the market. And I guess for a lot of species, we would like to see more in the fields. There's no business case. We are talking about the lunch about peas and a lot of protein crops. There's no business case. If I were a farmer, I would not crop those crops or very limited amounts. And so I think there is the question of, I tried to address in my conclusive word in the speech, we need more research and development, upstream, downstream, and value chain structuration to make it possible for farmers to develop the crops we need to crop, to develop. And this is where part of the public money should go. And I would not deny the fact that the CAP is functioning well. But in terms of how to improve it, I was thinking, okay, how can we use part of the competitiveness fund? How can we use all the types of fund to support value chain structuration and to support price competitiveness? And when it's not possible, can we discuss also about trade protection, at least temporarily, to make it possible for farmers and industrial players to develop what we want to develop and be protected during the time of the development, and then we open the market.
But the main question is, what do we want currently? I mean, I'm not sure that everyone in the room has the same vision of tomorrow, of the agriculture tomorrow. So who will decide and to get, the straight direction, give a clear vision of what we want? I'm not sure we want all the same thing. So
We had
need
something
to have a clear vision.
We had a vision, and then it was rejected. We had a farm-to-fork strategy, which gave a vision for the European Union. I think we can say safely now that the farm-to-fork has been buried. But we had something. Now we can discuss about whether it was good or not, and whether the way in which it was developed was good or bad. But at least there was an attempt. And now the Commission, and Diego can speak about that, but we have the idea of having a vision and develop things around that vision.
May I say something? There is a lot of discussion in the public opinion about the Commission proposal on the multi-annual financial framework, which, by the way, I'm happy to defend. If everyone criticizes, I'm happy to defend the Commission here. But there is very little...
I think you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Nobody's attacking. No.
There is very little discussion on the European Competitiveness Fund and Horizon. Very little discussion on that. And that the Commission has made a very ambitious proposal, and we are putting on the table 40 billion euros of research and innovation for 4 things: health, biotech, agriculture, and bioeconomy. Okay? We still don't know how will be the repartition at the end. But what I do know is that today I'm responsible for agricultural research. We manage roughly 3 billion euros. And here we're discussing about a repartition of 40 billion euros between 4 things. Even if we are very bad negotiators, and I can tell you we are not bad negotiators, but imagine we are bad negotiators, we get 10, 12 billion euros. So it means that in the next few years, we're going to have a huge amount of money to modernize agriculture and innovation. That's something which is undisputed. So, by the way, I welcome your ideas. How would you spend the money? We're going to spend the money on that, and I will welcome your ideas, because this is going to happen, yes or yes.
Sjoukje respond, and then I would like to open it up for questions to the audience as well. Yeah, Sjoukje.
I want to second your remark that we should think about sustainability and economy at the same level. But then we should also think about how we organize the economy of our food system. Because now only a part of the cost and the revenues are going via the food cost and revenue. There's a lot of cost in the commons, which we pay for by measures to combat climate change or measures to clean up our waters, or in the Netherlands, funds to buy out farmers because of nitrogen issues. So that's part of the cost we pay, not via our food, but via our taxes. And the same, in a way, goes for the CAP, which is another mechanism. So if we can restructure the whole economics of food in Europe a bit in the way that the sustainability is rewarded let's say rewarded at the right level, then we can steer, I think, economy and sustainability at the same time. This is a big thing, and part of it was tried in the former farm to fork strategy, but it is now sort of reversing, and and I think, and we can see that, again, I will point to China, where they view sustainability and economy, I think, at the same level, and for a good reason, because things that are scarce will become more expensive. So if we wait, we will be out of competition because of the damage done, so to say.
Yeah. Did you want to respond, Arthur, or can I? No. Is there a question from the audience to one of the four speakers? Do you have a question, Peter? I saw you sort of listening intently. Yes. Peter from CEJA.
Yeah, of course I can think of a question. No, I was very much enjoying the panel so far, and I was a bit triggered what Diego said, like I'm happy to defend the MFF, but I'm also happy to attack it.
The MFF is the multi-financial framework?
Yes, it's the European budget, and it's not per se the numbers of money which I would attack so far, because, well, I know more is never full. And it goes for all sectors, but more in the context of a European sovereignty, it's the structure I'm much more worried about, because we see a commission which is proposing a structure giving member states significantly more influence over how the money is spent also among the sectors, not just agriculture, but also the cohesion policy and rural development, without a lot of discussion in Brussels on what the commonalities of these policies still should be. It's much more up to the heads of states and the ministers of finance now in the capitals to divide this money among cohesion and agriculture. And seeing how many of the challenges in agriculture have a very big European component with it, be it food security, be it food sovereignty, or of any of environmental sort or market. From CEJA's point of view, the European young farmers, we should be in Brussels discussing most of these, how these interventions would look like. And that is where a big of a worry is, that we will have we go from a cap which is quite common to a cap which is 27 national policies.
Maybe you want to respond, yes.
Thank you very much, Peter, for the question. So there is certain decentralization that I admitted, but I disagree on the fact that we're losing the commonality. The Commission will not disappear, and all the national plans will be approved by the European Union, the Council of the European Union. We need, nevertheless, let's be a bit more critical with ourselves. We need to improve synergies. We really need to improve synergies. The Commission has been criticized for years that when there is something urgent, we are slow. Why are we slow? Because the budget is rigid. And now we're giving flexibility and more decentralization. And now we're still being criticized because we have flexibility. So there's something inconsistent there. I mean, just let me be a very example that it's really close to my heart. Half of Europe is having a huge problem with water scarcity. Huge problem. Now, we talk and talk, but we don't address the problem. If you put the funds together, then putting the funds together, you have the possibility really to make huge investments to improve situation, let's put it in Greece or Portugal. So we believe we're having a good idea on this MFF proposal. And again, it's decentralization, but the commonality, of course, keeps being there. That's at least how we see things.
Okay. Arthur, do you want to respond?
Not just what we can say also on the Cape, as we are talking about the Cape. My fear on that is that the sea of the common agricultural policy is becoming like a competitor now.
Competitor.
I mean, yeah, because we saw, you know, with people we are working with, that our neighbor could be now our main competitor. I mean, neighboring countries, and that's the main, I would say, fears we have currently in Europe, as we have with some people like Germany and so on, some competitor just close to us. And my fear is that CAP is not common and it will become a competitor, and that's not good, I think, for the synergy of Europe.
Understand. We only, yeah, did you want to say something, Pierre-Marie? Because, yes, you can respond, of course.
Just one quick point. I think what is becoming very complicated, and what makes your life at the Commission very complex, is that member states have different visions, different hopes, different needs, and I really understand why the Commission has wanted to give more, let's say, hold to the member states on how they design their policies. I think there is at least one thing that all member states have in common, and it's very well echoed the title of the conference, which is the fact that the number of risks their farmers, their actual players are exposed to is just growing in terms of frequency, magnitude, and variety. So what I would like to see more in what is going to be negotiated in the next CAP is like, how do we make sure we offer member states the right tools to really better manage those risks before they become crises. And because what we are doing now is that we are managing crisis ex post. It is costing a lot of money. It is distorting markets because member states do not have the same capacity to compensate farmers for crisis management. And so, you know, how can we improve that?
Wonderful. I was going to ask you, because we only have 2 minutes left, what your last sort of takeaway is, but I think maybe this is yours. Manage risks, not crises. Yeah, thank you. Sjoukje, is there something that you want the audience to remember after this
Yeah, I think
panel?
that my takeaway would be, don't put economy opposite of sustainability.
Yeah, Arthur?
I agree.
And any other points you want to make?
No, I think everything was said on that, but yes, we have many challenges, but also everything is impossible tomorrow. So we have to think in whole, as I said. We cannot oppose everything, and just think also in a long-term prospect, not only on the short-term prospects. I think it will help all the industrial and agricultural industry and farmer.
Yeah, thank you. Diego, some last words.
In one of my previous jobs, I was head of cabinet of the industry commissioner. And I remember first day in the office, and we meet the big, le patron des patrons, really the business Europe, the top. And then he says to my boss, well, can I do something for you? Yes, defend the industry.
Defend the industry.
Yeah, I was working for the industry. I want to defend the farmers. I'm tired to get to see unfair criticism to the farmers. And I think it's my duty to defend the farmers and to defend the common agricultural policy with all the mistakes that we do. But in essence, it's a fantastic policy which has bring us the best food of the planet.
Boom! Warm round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful first roundtable. We're going to take a short coffee break of 20 minutes. I just want to mention to the people who do still smoke, you can only smoke outside downstairs. Unfortunately, you cannot go there. We're going to stay here for the coffee and see you back in 20 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. It's time for the second panel discussion. And this panel discussion is about investing in people and ideas. How do we attract new talent into the agriculture business? And how do we attract funding to fund all the innovations? I know some of you are still talking. That is what this afternoon is about. But still, I would like to introduce you to our four panel members, starting with Laurent Buisson. Laurent grew up spending his school holidays on the farm of his uncle, close enough to feel familiar with agriculture, but curious enough to follow a different route at first. He studied engineering in the 1980s. He specialized in computer science, and from the start he wanted to use technology to understand and protect the environment. So his master's and PhD was around was focused on natural hazards in mountain regions, and he was using modeling and AI to predict and mitigate risks. And then he started his career at INRAE as a researcher, and after 10 years he made a pivotal decision to not continue with science as a scientist, but instead to continue with science as to serve science through administration. And in 1995, he joined the French government. He had all kinds of roles, first regional, then as a scientific attaché in Chicago, then at the Ministry of Research. But in 2008, he got into academia, and he spent 10 years at the university we now know as Sorbonne University, eventually becoming the VP of Partnerships and Development. In 2018, he joined the office of the Prime Minister, but in 2021, he took on his current role, which is to be the Dean and Executive Director of AgroParisTech, which is the largest grande école in France dedicated to agriculture and has almost 3,000 students. Please welcome Laurent Buisson. Okay, Peter Medendorp, we already sort of met him just now. He grew up on a farm in the north of the Netherlands, working alongside his parents and brother. And in the next few years, he will gradually take over the farm. But alongside farming, he also studied international relations in Groningen, as well as agricultural economics in Wageningen. And this made him one of the few of his cohort who both understood policy and actually came from a farm. Now, the European decision-making process always fascinated him, although he admitted that sometimes how policies play out on the ground can also frustrate him. And in 2020, he joined, we heard it this morning or this afternoon, the National Board of the Dutch Young Farmers Organization, where he worked on European affairs, and this led him to CEJA, the umbrella organization for young farmers in Europe. And 2 years ago, he was elected president. And today he divides his time between Brussels and the farm in Groningen. Please welcome Peter Medendorp. Okay, Eke Boesten first studied history, then switched to law. She earned her PhD in 2002 on a topic that was both technical and cultural: the legal status of underwater heritage, shipwrecks, deep sea resources, and the question of who owns what's lying on the seabed, a field that has many parallels with today's debates about deep sea mining. After her PhD, she first worked as a lawyer and as a consultant, but she felt that the work was not close enough to her purpose. She really wanted to have impact with her work. And a side job in education changed everything for her. What started as helping to write a curriculum as a side job turned into a career of 10 years in the green sector. In 2022, Eke joined GroenPact, which is a partnership that connects education, government, and business across the entire green domain, from what we call VMBO in high school in the Netherlands all the way to the university level. And today she is the program manager at GroenPact, working on one overarching mission, which is strengthening the green talent pipeline that is so desperately needed. Please welcome Eke Boesten. And then André van Troost did not begin his career in agriculture. In fact, at 18, he moved to the UK to become a professional cricket player. For years, he lived the life of an athlete. And what's really nice is that during these cricket years, he rented a small house on a dairy farm in Somerset. So in the summers, he played cricket, and in the winter, he helped out on the farm. And this sparked a long-lasting connection between him and dairy farming. A back injury abruptly ended his career as an athlete. He did a master's in marketing and strategic marketing in the UK. He completely changed his career. He worked for Procter & Gamble and later Danone, but the connection with dairy farming always stuck with him. And he joined Lely in 2014 as a marketing director, 6 years later becoming the CEO, the first ever CEO not to come from Lely's family. And today he leads a Dutch company at serious scale. More than 100,000 Lely milk robots are in use worldwide. Lely operates in 52 countries, employs almost 2,500 people, and generates close to 1 billion, with a B, euros in annual revenue. Please welcome André van Troost. Welcome, André. Okay. Peter, I think I'm going to start with you, because you are the farmer in our midst. What's the biggest pain point for farmers at this moment, in your view?
Yes, thank you very much. It's working. So in CISIA, we try to see everything through the demographic lens when it comes to agriculture, representing the 2 million young farmers which still are in Europe.
2 million young farmers, okay.
Exactly, which is only 7% of the total farm population, or 11% when you take the age of 40. And as I already said a bit in the introduction, this means that half of the farmers will stop in 15 years, which will significantly change how our agricultural landscape will look like in the next decade. Then when it comes to the hurdles of young people to farming, to agriculture, or generational renewal as we like to call it, we see three main points of lack of access. It's access of land. So are you able as a young farmer, either coming from a farm family or outside of a farm family, to access land and access to, capital is a big part of it. So the second one is access to finance. You see that young farmers are 3 to 4 times more likely to get their loan application rejected by a bank.
Okay.
And access to knowledge and innovation. One of the persons on the panel will probably talk a bit more about it, but you see a lot of good innovations when it comes to agriculture, but that doesn't always mean that the innovations are also implemented.
But why not? Can you immediately say why? Because that's a huge problem, of course.
Well, it depends, of course, a bit on the region. But in the in this part of Europe, you see that licensing is a big problem when it comes to innovation. You're not getting a license for implementing certain innovation. In eastern part of Europe, you see that the lack of infrastructure and people who are able to help you with all the technical stuff the maintenance is a big problem.
But it's not lack of willingness, is what I'm hearing.
No,
okay.
Most certainly not. That's not at all what we are seeing. We see a lot of young farmers who are willing to join the sector.
Okay. So I hear access to land, access to finance, and access to innovation.
And knowledge.
And knowledge. Okay, one more question for you, because I wonder, what do you think is needed strategically? And then we're going to get into this topic of attracting young talent. What do you think is needed strategically to attract more young talent to this sector?
I must say, strategically has really become my favorite word, especially after the strategic dialogue. I'm making a list now of everything.
You may laugh, it's no problem. Yes, go on.
I'm making a list of everything which is not strategic, and it's not very long.
Everything is strategic, okay, yeah.
So, but this is a bit of a buzzword. What to add upon that, what is also very important for young people entering agriculture is how rural areas look like. One of my colleagues in the presidency, in the board, Elizabeth, is from Sweden, and she put it very nicely. It's that she either has to choose between cows or kids, because she has to move 1.5 to 2 hours to the closest nearby kindergarten. And if that's your outset for joining into an agricultural enterprise.
That's very difficult, yeah.
Exactly.
That's a very large, personal sacrifice you have to make. Laurent, how are you listening to this? What do you think when you hear Peter talk, or do you have other thoughts about what can drive more young talent to come into this sector?
I think that we have seen that with the presentation you made of our bios. I don't see any competition between agriculture and other sectors in higher education. I just see complementarity and trajectories.
You don't see it, but you mean it's still there, but you think it shouldn't be there, or do you actually not see the competition between different studies?
On a very short term, I can consider that a student that decides to become a computer scientist is not going to be an agronom. But on the middle term, I see that with his degree in computer science, he can join a company in agriculture.
Okay.
And I think that we see more and more this type of diverse profile. And once again, you have just proved that when you introduced the four of us, we have diverse
backgrounds.
Diverse background. We need students with vocational education. We need students with very strong maths basis. We need also young students with background in international relations. We need a broad variety of background to be able to serve our agriculture and our agri-food sector.
So that makes you optimistic then? Because I hear you say in the middle, long term, there won't be any competition. Everyone can basically join the agricultural sector.
On the long term, I'm quite optimistic. First, because the jobs will be there. The needs for talents is already deep. It will be deeper. And so we will need these people and they will join us. But they will probably not join us as my generation did with straight journeys, but by making some detours. And I think that these detours will just make them more competent, with more skills, any kind of skills.
Okay, so you're very optimistic. Ika, I'm curious, are you as optimistic?
I'm very optimistic.
Okay, I love it. Please.
Well, I think from the perspective of Groenpact, where we have all the educational institutions in one column and the government and the businesses organized, we communicate, and I think we should more strongly communicate that we have a place for everybody. We need everybody. We have a place for them.
What do you mean with everybody? All kinds of skills?
All kinds of skills, and I think that's what you're advocating. We need all kinds of skills, but we also need hands on the ground. We need higher education. We need people who do research. And I think that what we maybe not really communicate all that well is that if you want to contribute to a different world, if you want to contribute to food sovereignty, to a healthy world for humans, for plants, for animals, then this is the place to be. The green sector is the place to be. It's a place of hope, at least it should be in my view. And I think there is a world to win if we get that message out to all kinds of groups that we do not reach at this moment. And maybe we feel a bit left out or maybe a little bit depressed about the state of the world we're in. And it's not necessary. We have that field, the green sector, where you can make that contribution. So I am very optimistic, but we have to keep communicating that message.
Okay, so we have to do more storytelling.
Yes, storytelling is very important. Show what we are doing, the important work we are doing, the combination we make with technology, but also the problems we face. Young generations face. We have a youth platform where Peter was a member of, which is trying to tell this story, tell new stories.
Okay, Andre, I'm curious how you're listening to this conversation.
Yeah, I have to be careful, of course, because we build robots. So our earning model is based on fewer people going into the industry. So no, I'm just being funny. But generally, I look at it two ways. I see that fewer and fewer people worldwide want to work in the industry, and therefore robotics are taking off very quickly. So if you are well robotized, a dairy farmer who used to need 5 people employed now needs only 1 or 2 at most. So I actually see it the other way. I see that fewer people worldwide want to work within the sector. And if I look at it from a company point of view, I employ engineers. So we have 800 engineers working here in the Netherlands. And there I see a huge threat as well, that farming is getting such negative PR in the Netherlands that all these very bright students from Delft or from Eindhoven who are engineers, 10 years ago, they wanted nothing more than to work in the food industry because it was sexy food, you feed the world. And now every day they hear that farmers are bad, that the industry is bad. So actually, at the moment, one of our biggest challenges is to find engineers who want to work within the farming industry. And they choose ASML, they choose VDL, they choose Philips, anything other than agriculture engineering. So I'm not so
You're saying the same as Ike, we have to do much better storytelling.
Much better, and we have to be a bit more thankful and a bit more grateful. And you know, I lived in the UK for 18 years in England, and every week in the House of Commons they start on Tuesday morning, and we'd like to thank the farmers for our food.
Really?
And everybody knocks the table and says, here, here, left and right wing. In the Netherlands, when's the last time that somebody in The Hague said, let's thank the farmers today for the food on our plate? It hasn't happened for years. And we really need to start doing that again. Otherwise, we're in a big danger and a threat of losing this industry entirely. So I'm not so positive, but I'm sorry for that.
You're not so positive, you're sorry for that. Peter, how are you listening to this? Do you feel like you have a worse rap as a farmer?
Yes, of course, it's always nice to have receive compliments and have people tell you that you're doing a very good job. But I don't think that is the only thing that will actually make people move more into the sector. Maybe take maybe take the narrative of food sovereignty then as an example. It's also a bit sexy politically, but why members then ask me, how does this work on my farm? Does it mean, well, the example of food sovereignty where nitrogen leakage is the core, does it mean then I have to grow more cover crops to prevent nitrogen leakage, for example? But how do I then destroy this cover crop? I either have to plow or I have to spray to destroy it in the spring, which has its effect on our ambitions when it comes to using less pesticides or carbon capture when it comes to soil carbon. If you plow, the carbon is released again in the soil. So I'm very happy with the narrative of food sovereignty, but you also have to think about what are certain trade-offs of this concept of food sovereignty, whatever your definition is. And as long as we're not going to discuss what are the counter effects of certain choices we make, these counter effects will appear on the farm. It's going to be our problem, so to say, as young farmers. We have to deal with it. But if we're not able to go to a table or a governance level where we can discuss these trade-offs between different and among different ambitions, then my members remain cynical towards the best and the good intentions of food sovereignty or food security, whatever you want to call it. I think that is very important. And then, of course, having a positive narrative towards your sector is always very good. But as long as we're not able to discuss this real stuff as well, I'm not sharing the optimism by some compliments.
Okay. Laurent, what's your response to what you just heard?
I think that if we want to convince students to join us, we have to probably be more appealing to present the amazing jobs we prepare them to, the amazing profile.
The amazing jobs and amazing profile, yeah.
And the amazing courses we provide them with.
Do you have a hard time attracting students? Do you have a hard time attracting students, or is it going swiftly at AgroParisTech?
In our school, we have no problem attracting students because we are considered as the prominent school. But it's not sufficient. We see that other schools, schools of agriculture, face some trouble. So we work together. And we work together with other schools of agriculture, but we want also to work together with other schools, because we, as I already mentioned, as we have already seen, we need more interdisciplinarity in innovation, but to get this interdisciplinarity in innovation, we need it also within our students. And it's the reason why we are very interested in double degree programs with other schools of engineering, or with Department of Economics, of Political Sciences, of Law, and we try to develop this type of curricula that mix different disciplines. And this is very attractive. Students, young people, are not ready today to choose an exclusive way. They don't like the idea of giving up disciplines they like. So if we can help them keep several disciplines in their scope, we think that we are able to bring them, to keep them, and to bring more students to our fields and to our sectors.
So you're really attracting people from all kinds of areas and are convincing them that whatever background you have, you can join the agricultural sector.
And also students with vocational education who may be...
Which is practical education, right? Yeah.
Who maybe 20 years ago wouldn't have even thought of becoming an engineer or to getting a master's degree. But we discovered that this is possible, and I would say that these students are very, very interesting. Most of the time they are more open-minded, they are able to find new solutions because they have a different background. So more diversity in disciplines, but also more diversity in the academic or practical background.
Understood. Andre, can I ask you to respond to what Peter was just saying? He was saying that, yes, everyone's talking about food sovereignty, but we're not really, I guess, if I summarize correctly, accepting the trade-offs that come with creating food sovereignty.
It depends what trade-offs you look at, right? I mean...
But you're in the milk cow business.
Yeah, so we try and... So how do we still find good people? Because we need a lot of people. We take on 300-400 new staff per year. How do we do that? We do that by, first of all, explaining that dairy demand worldwide is growing by 2%. If you ask the average Dutchman, he'll say it declines because we have vegetarians and vegans. Actually, worldwide, it's growing like hell.
2%,
Latin America, Asia, it's growing like hell. Then secondly, we call out the challenges that the sector has, whether it's water scarcity, biodiversity, emissions. We call that out. We say, hey, our sector is a wonderful sector, our farmers are great, but we have certain challenges. And it is our job to innovate and take away those challenges. So we position it on growing demand for what you're going to work on, lots of challenges that we need to innovate on, and that is our earning model. And finally, we're a wonderful family company as well, so we look after you as well. So I'm not sure if that answered this, but that is a way...
job security for them.
Yeah, job security. So that is a way that we try and spin the sometimes negativity that we feel in the Netherlands in particular. It's really a Dutch thing. The further I travel away from the Netherlands, and I do that a lot, the less negative people are about farming. In Latin America, in Asia, farmers are still heroes. You know, and that's, can we get a little bit of that back here in Western Europe? That would really help everyone, because then they will invest again in innovation to make the sector more sustainable, and that will help everyone.
Yeah. Do you recognize this, Peter, that we are extra negative in the Netherlands as opposed to other countries?
I try to be a bit positive to get up the average, maybe. But maybe to answer your first question, Andre, like what do to give an example of a trade-off between, I don't know, food sovereignty, nature and animal welfare in the dairy sector. From a food sovereignty point of view, you would think that a dairy farm, well, it should optimize production, it should produce, but we also have animal welfare and nature as ambitions in the Netherlands. When you look at nature, you would like to limit the amount of nitrogen emission a farm is emitting. So you put air scrubbers on the barn, you put floors which are emitting less nitrogen on the barn. But this means that you also have to put like a barn around the cow, which is maybe not the best when you look at it from a definition of animal welfare. But if you then say, okay, then the farmer should have maybe less cows, but then the ambition of food sovereignty is maybe, and also income is maybe conflicted. So there you have to make a decision, what are you going to optimize in? This is a decision my members need to make every day, and a lot of times society is optimizing towards then, okay, less cows, but what does that do with income? And for when you then ask about what is a hurdle, well, that is a conclusion a lot of my members are then drawing is, okay, but maybe then farming is not for me in this place. And this is a discussion you should be having when it comes to food sovereignty. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have ambitions on nature or animal
You're saying we're not having this discussion.
No, we're having the discussion in separate events. Maybe after this event there is a panel of an event on animal welfare, and people will say exactly the same, opposite. But we should actually have them combined.
I understand. Eke?
Well, I think it's not in Dutch only kommer en kwel. I think there is a lot of positive...
Not doom and gloom is what she's saying. Yes, go on.
It's not only gloom. There is a lot of positive things to say about the sector as well. It faces enormous challenges. I think we have a lot of people and ideas who can contribute to that challenge. And Compact, at least, is trying to do exactly what you're saying, to bring people together, get into the dialogue, talk to be in a broad scale, look at an issue from different perspective, look from a research perspective, from a practical side, from the farmer side, from the industry. They're all together, and I think that we offer that platform to have this discussion. But not only that, also to act upon it, whether it be in our centers of expertise or vocational expertise, together with Wageningen University. We have projects who combine all those parties together and try to solve maybe a little step. It's all always contributing to the solutions. We are not going to solve the problem. I think we have big problems, but if we all contribute a little, and it starts with a dialogue and to see the challenges from a broad perspective, I think we can
get there.
Get there. Yes, I think we do.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were signaling to me that you wanted to respond.
No, yeah, I agree. And what would help as well is a little bit of clarity from The Hague, from our government. What do we want? What do we want to do with our farming sector in 10 years' time? So stop talking about 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. We need a longer-term vision, and we need to start making decisions. And whether that decision is a positive one for the sector or a negative one, it almost doesn't matter anymore.
As long as there is a decision.
There need to be decisions made. The Dutch farmer, and I visit them almost every day, has no idea whether he or she will still be farming in 5 to 10 years' time. And how can you expect this farmer to invest in innovation or to spend money on sustainability if they have no idea if they will still be farming in 5 to 10 years' time?
Yeah.
There has to be clarity. And we can be so proud of our sector, but I promise you, every country around us, Belgium, Denmark, Germany, wherever you go, they are making decisions right now. And we are still talking and talking and talking, and nobody has any idea where we are going, and that is a major concern. And I'm a positive guy, so I'm talking about Netherlands in particular. We are losing this trademark of world champion farming. We are losing it so quickly, it's almost scary. When I go to Australia, when I go to Japan, the first thing they say, you're from the Netherlands? What the hell is going on there? What's happening with farming? We need clarity on where we want the sector to be in 10 years' time.
Understood.
That's my call out.
That's your call out. Is there a particular person in the audience that you're calling this out to, or just in general? Because I would love to get some response from people in the audience. Yeah, I was also looking like, is he? Oh, I thought you wanted to respond, maybe.
Oh, he is absolutely right.
Maybe you can. You were briefly introduced before, but maybe you can say your name again.
Well, my name is Kees Veerman. I'm a former Minister of Agriculture. It was a long time ago, and I had a lot of hairs he has at that moment. But Andres, he is right. There is such much uncertainty that farmers don't know what to do. And there is a depressive sentiment in the sector. And all that has to be done the last years is postponing difficult decisions. And it's for politicians to be a politician and take responsibility and make decisions. So I fully adhere to his position. And of course, I admire all the optimistic sounds. But if you educate people, that's one thing. But do they want to be farmer? That's the question.
What do you think should happen? What is a good
Well,
solution?
I think we are on a negative scenario in the Netherlands. Because my sons, for instance, I have 3 sons. One has gone to France. Well, that's a good thing to do anyway.
Wine and cheese, yes.
and the others, they quit. They gave up the farm. We have a 300 hectares farm here in the Netherlands, and we are selling out because they see no future.
Which makes you sad, I can imagine.
Potatoes at this moment have a price 0. Well, that says enough, I think. But I admire all the optimistic sounds. Go ahead, make your point. But this is the real situation.
Okay, Laurent wants to respond, and then Isabel.
I don't want to underestimate the challenge faced by young farmers. But I think that we talked with Peter at lunch. We need to think about changing the framework. We have more and more people without family background in agriculture who join agriculture, and we have to help them because it's tough when you cannot. When the farm is not in your family, you have to buy it one way or another. So it's very difficult. But we can see that a lot of young people want to join this sector because they want to have an impact, and they want to invent something else, and I think that a lot of them will be able to do that. Each year we have more students willing to become a farmer. We are going to set up a program to support them, an interdisciplinary program to support them. In 2 days, I will be on a farm with a new farmer that decided exactly like Peter to take the succession of his father. We have to give them the tools to make them more optimistic. And the tools to make them more optimistic is to expose them to the necessary transitions agriculture has to go through, but also to give them solutions. Funny thing, at AgroParisTech, our students told us, oh, you are very good to tell us what's going wrong in agriculture. Climate change, animal welfare, biodiversity erosion. But what do you do to explain us how to find solutions?
Okay, I hear again, positive storytelling is one of the solutions.
And the funny thing is that our faculty members do that in their labs. Their research is mainly dedicated to these transitions, to the management of these transitions. But they have some difficulties to explain that to our students. That's their job. They describe the two-day agriculture, but they have some difficulties in describing the agriculture of tomorrow.
Laurent, there's another question, but you made your point loud and clear. So describing the positive aspects of the future of farming. Isabelle, what is your... can you say who you are to the rest of the audience?
Isabelle Piole-Petit, I'm a researcher at INRAE, France. When you are speaking about the future of agriculture and youth in agriculture, most often the conversation is about agricultural doing things for feeding the world, feeding people. But I think there is at some point you miss the thing that being an agriculture is a lot of knowledge that need to be implemented. So when we speak to young people, it's just you are doing to do that in a proper way, sustainable way. But I think we miss the point that if you want to work in agriculture, you need to be talented, you need to have knowledge, and especially when doing with digital technologies. And for robots, it's not just having the robots and calling the people to help you, it's also being able to deal with issues. And for that, they need to be knowledgeable. And I think here we miss a point.
So again, positive storytelling, but now like you are a super smart person, very equipped if you come into the agricultural sector.
They are.
I see, unfortunately, we have only 2 minutes left on the clock. I do really like how this is an interactive discussion, because that's the point. I want to ask you all to give a last takeaway to the audience. André, can you go first? What should people remember?
Last takeaway, either rechtsom of linksom, right way or left way, according to the World Health Organization, we need to produce 50 to 70% more food in 2050. So we better bloody get some agreement on how we're going to do this, because otherwise we'll have a bigger problem than climate change, which is that we cannot feed the people anymore in 2050.
So it's very urgent.
You know, we need to stop talking and disagreeing and just start agreeing and move forward, because it's a beautiful sector. Huh? It has serious purpose and value. So let's get it done.
Let's get it done. Thank you, Eke.
Let's get it done through Groenpact, for instance.
Yeah, you want to make a call to action for people? When can they come to you, or maybe you?
Well, I think more important is that to know that there is an area, there is a network where all these parties are together, and maybe we didn't solve the problems yet, but at least we have, and the government, and the businesses, and the students, and the young entrepreneurs, together with the education and knowledge systems on board. And of course, we need some real decisions. I agree, but at least there are.
The network is there.
The network is there. At least one of the networks is there. There are many others, but. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes, maybe as a last statement that well, every vision of agriculture there needs to be made choices, and there are trade-offs with such a vision. And if we are not collectively making those choices, then there will be cost-increasing measures on the farm for sure. With either if the market doesn't pay and the government doesn't pay, yeah, then most farmers have very little options other than making the same decisions as the sons of Mr. Veerman in the room, and that is actually real consequence, especially if prices are so volatile as from 30 to 0 cents in a year, and it's the same decision which is on the desk of a lot of young farmers in the EU at the moment.
Understood. Thank you.
I spoke about diversity. A good way to enhance the diversity of the experience of our students is academic mobility. You started our meeting by asking us a question about the cohesion of Europe in the area of agri-food. But a good way to enhance this cohesion is to support academic mobility. Our minister mentioned the partnerships between INRAE and Wageningen. We have also a lot of partnerships with Wageningen in education, among them Erasmus. And this conference is Erasmus Descartes conference. So Erasmus is a very important tool to support this student mobility.
Student mobility. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. And we are now going to watch a short 2-minute video, which is the aftermovie of the royal visit of the King and Queen to the southwest of France.
We're absolutely satisfied about this mission. First of all, because people now in the region, Occitanie, know what Holland is, where Holland is, and what we have to offer. I also saw a lot of new contacts that were established between businessmen from both sides. And finally, we already had a number of very good cooperations, but it will be many more, also based on the fact that many agreements were signed, and that's a very strong basis for the future.
I'm delighted that I have a group of more than 80 problem-solving entrepreneurs and companies from the Netherlands here with me. Whether it's aerospace innovation in Toulouse, smart farming at Domaine de Candy, or cutting-edge wind technology on the coast, the potential for partnership is everywhere.
Occitania is a very good area for us to collaborate with because it's both a technical area. You have there so many companies which are high-tech companies, but it's also a very big agricultural area around these cities. So we find a perfect combination for collaboration here.
With that MOU signed with both countries, France and Netherlands, we have now a clear vision about what we have to do together, and hopefully we will have the same mission from French companies traveling in Netherlands next year to be able to start for sure the first topics to be discussed together.
Enjoy this wonderful evening and take the opportunity to build connections. L'Union fait la force. Merci.
Okay, wonderful. It is time for our third roundtable, which is about plant proteins and new breeding techniques. I would like to introduce you to our four panel members. First off, Stacey Pyatt didn't begin her journey with food at all. She chose chemical engineering simply because she loved math and chemistry. And during her PhD at the University of Michigan and a postdoc in Germany, she realized two things. One, she loved international life, and two, she was far more drawn to food than to petrochemicals. She's a self-described real food nerd who loves cooking and eating, and she found her way into the Dairy Innovation Center at Campina in 2004. She landed in a research ecosystem in Wageningen, in a lab surrounded by food scientists who all very much appreciated her different background. After several years, she moved to NISO, first as a researcher, then as a project leader, then into more commercial roles. And somewhere along that trajectory, her personal life and her professional ambitions started to align. She became a vegetarian, then a vegan, not because she is opposed to animal source foods, but because she wants to contribute to the much needed transition herself also. In 2018, she joined Wageningen University and Research, where she now leads the Proteins for Life program. Please welcome Stacey Pyatt. Stacey, you may take this seat. This one. Yes, I will introduce Karine Gallardeau. Karine grew up quite literally among plants. Her parents were florists and horticulturists. And she learned, she had a neighbor who was a researcher. And she learned that this neighbor was able to cross two flowers and create a new flower with different colors. It was fascinating to the young Karine. And that early fascination led to her study in biology in France, where she specialized in molecular physiology, focusing on how genes shape plant traits. During her PhD, which was carried out within a project in Wageningen University, she worked on seed germination and stress resilience. And from that moment on, seeds became the basis for her scientific world. How they develop, how they store proteins, and how their quality responds to the environment. She joined INRAE, first as a researcher, later as a research director, and since 2024 as the deputy head of INRAE's Plant Biology and Breeding Division. Please welcome Karine Gallardeau. Okay, Guido van den Akkerveken also grew up close to agriculture because both his grandparents were farmers, several uncles too, and as a child he loved spending time on their farms in Brabant, helping out and discovering how plants grow and how they respond to the world around them. He studied plant biology in Wageningen and earned his PhD in molecular phytopathology in 1993, the science of how plants and pathogens interact. And one course in particular changed everything for him, because then he realized that plants must defend themselves without, of course, being able to run away, and also without having an immune system like ours. And that became the starting point of his scientific career. After postdocs in France and Germany, he joined Utrecht University in 1999 to build his own research group. In 2002, he got a NWO VD grant. His work gained international recognition, and today he's a professor and chair of translational plant biology, and also the scientific director of Crop XR, which is a national research program, has a 10-year mandate, a budget of 96 million, and dozens of partners from academia and the seed sector. Please welcome Professor Guido van den Akkerveken. Last but not least, Jean-Christophe Rubin. He studied political science and law. He envisioned himself becoming a judge or a solicitor, but early on he realized that working on issues that were concrete, grounded, and have a real effect on society is what really drew him. So he chose public service, and he first specialized in maritime affairs and agriculture. He worked across several French ministries. In 2008, he joined the cabinet of the French Minister of Agriculture. Then he moved to Brussels. He became an advisor for relations with the European Parliament. He moved back to France. He again joined the Ministry of Agriculture. But after COP 2021, he decided it was time for a new chapter. After years in government and diplomacy, he wanted to discover the private sector. So, in 2016, he joined Crédit Agricole, a large French bank, where he serves as director for agriculture and agri-food. But after almost 9 years at this bank, in a few months, he will again transition and he will move to industry to join the, I hope I pronounce this correctly, Rollier Group, to work on the international development of fertilizers and biostimulants. Please welcome Jean-Christophe Rouben. Okay, welcome everyone. Stacey, I would like to start with you, if you can grab a microphone. You said to me when we had a call, right now is the moment that there is movement around the funding of pulse cultivation, and I want to do everything that I can to stimulate the investment in pulse cultivation. That's why you said yes to this panel. Can you tell the audience why it's so important and timely?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I have to say, sitting in the audience and listening to the panels so far, I thought pulse cultivation is an obvious win. And now after a few panels, I'm like, wait, is it? Are we all in agreement that pulse cultivation is an obvious win?
Can you explain what pulse cultivation is, just for people who don't know the English word?
Pulses are, I don't know in French, the dry legumes, but I can use a legume. That's better for the French audience, or not? Legumes. Let's talk about legumes.
So lentils and those kinds of things?
Yeah, lentils, chickpeas, fava beans, peas, etc. Soybeans are not pulses, they are legumes, but that's a
different discussion.
A nerd detail that you all don't need. But in any case, when we talk about food sovereignty or food autonomy for Europe, so can Europe feed itself? There are basically two main macronutrient issues. So there's protein, and then there's oil seeds, right? And if we're going to do something about those issues, pulse cultivation or legume cultivation is probably #1 priority. So you can't talk about food sovereignty or autonomy for Europe without starting there. But I just want to say, I mean, pulse cultivation, I thought it must be a blanket agreement because it's good for our soil, it's good for biodiversity, it's what we need to be consuming more of for our health. It's good for all the reasons. And so for me, it feels like the top priority and the first win that we need to fund.
But you are changing your mind as you're attending this conference, or what happened to you as you were sitting in the audience? Or were you like, why doesn't everyone understand that this is the most important? Which one of the?
No, maybe a little bit of the last, but also a bit of underground. I'm always not sure. I think there are many farmers that I love with all my heart who are working hard to cultivate pulses. And then there's also a vocal majority who's pushing back and arguing that our current system is perfect and we have to keep the number of animals and we have to have intensive animal farming. And for me, there's a scale there, right? It is about, are we ready to embrace the changes that we need to embrace to deal with the polycrisis we're in at the moment? And I think there is a need for change. And I think that's what I started to question listening to the other panels, like, hey, there is a need for change. And nobody's a bad guy here, but collectively, let's all get our shoulders under change in the right direction.
Thank you. Does anyone want to respond to what you just heard? Did you have the same? How were you listening to the previous conversation? Maybe Guido?
Yeah, I think it was still a bit missing today that actually meat consumption is a major player in the whole agricultural system. And if we can reduce that and replace with pulses and leguminous plants, yeah, that would be a big effect, no? And would also make our dependency on imports less important, I would say.
Yeah. Jean-Christophe, you're in the business of funding. What's the main thing that you wanted to bring across to the people in the audience? You were very vocal when you and I talked before this event.
Thank you very much for the opportunity of talking today. Perhaps you ask why a banker could speak today on this one table. It's a good question. I think it's quite important to underline one thing. We need to combine public and private funds in order to boost the economy of innovation. So we talk about robotization, we talk about proteins, but we need money. And as you as you see the world today, we spoke together during the lunch with Guido about China. It's quite impressive. There is a lot of money flooding about research in agri-food sector for the sovereignty. So we need to create more financial instruments. And we talked also with you last October to the European vision. We need to create something different, to invest more. That's why I think it was important that I could talk today to explain that with a combination of public and private funds, we can do something different. So there is a lack of investment. So for example, we created in Creative Agriculture Group a new venture capital funds just in order to provide some money for this kind of innovation about proteins and for different stuff. So it's clearly not an investment fund with a lot of interest rates. It's specifically on disruptive innovation. It's 100 million dedicated to this issue. And for me, it's very, very important to become a leader in Europe about all the transitions. Because we spoke this afternoon about climate, but the first of all is how we can produce in Europe and how can we be competitive now in Europe on this kind of innovation.
And when you look at other continents, because you say there's a lot of money flowing in because of food sovereignty issues, but how are we doing compared to other continents when it comes to funding new innovations in agriculture?
First of all, in Europe, we discussed a lot about a lot of things. Are you in favor or are you against? This is no issue in the US. They consume a lot of pork, a lot of beef, but they are trying to find new ways to grow in agriculture. It's the same in India, it's the same in China. So the world is running fast and we are walking. So that's my main point today. The world is growing fast. There is a lot of needs in food consumptions. So we need to invest more to find new solutions and new breeding technology and any way that could lead to have food sovereignty in Europe.
Okay, thank you. Karine, you're an expert in plant breeding. What are the main goals that you are working on to create more food security in Europe?
Okay. First, I would like to underline that grain legume crops, so that produce seeds that we named pulses. So these grain legume crops are the only species that are able to accumulate large amount of proteins in their seeds, even without nitrogen fertilization. And this is due to their ability to associate with bacteria at the level of the soil, these bacteria are able to fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. So this is the first point I want to underline, because it's very important if we want to reduce the import of proteins, but also of fertilizers.
And are you saying this because you think the audience is not aware of this special trait of these grain legumes?
I don't know, but maybe. Maybe some of them are not aware about that. So I think it's important to emphasize that first. It's, as you said, Stacy, it's important to use legume for diversification because of their very important effects. Their use enables the decrease of nitrogen fertilization, reduces also the use of pesticides, and they enrich the soil in nitrogen for other culture, so they can be cultivated in rotation or in intercropping. And the major problem is the yield, which is unstable across years. So this is the major problem, and we are working on that. So you asked me the question about the targets. The main important target is stabilizing the yield of the grain legume crops. There are research projects focusing on improving the resilience of grain legume crops to climate change associated stresses, but also to pathogens and pests. So the good news is that there are progress, and the variety will be soon released in P, which is more resistant to Aphanomyces And Aphanomyces is one of the major pathogens who attacks the root system. And there are, I want also to say that legumes are fascinating because
you have the microphone,
we
so
have
go ahead.
forage, we have grain legumes, and we have different species in Europe, and also different varieties for different species that are adapted to different areas of Europe. So if we work all together, we can cover many parts of the Europe with these species, which are very important. I know that yield has to be improved because this makes farmers hesitant to use legumes, but they have environmental advantages.
Yeah, okay.
Also.
Thank you. Guido, no, please.
Yeah.
Are you as enthusiastic about grain legumes as Karine, or what are you working on with Crop XR mostly?
Yeah, so we're not working on grain legumes yet,
No,
but
not yet.
but we are developing methodologies to speed up breeding for more resilience, because resilience is not an easy target to breed for. It's multigenic, it's complex genetically, and what we do within Crop XR is really focusing on developing methodologies. So this it also involves, besides plant science, also data science and AI technology, to be able to manage the progress in breeding for such important traits. Because we are facing a changing world, so we've talked about the geopolitics and economic aspects, but there is climate change, and climate change is real. And there's also changes in policy where chemical crop protection needs to be reduced. So farming practices are under pressure, and on the one hand, this can be mitigated by improving farming practices, making them more sustainable. But in our program, we are working on methodologies to make crop varieties more robust and more resilient to face those challenges.
And what kind of crops, just so I understand? What are
So within Crop XR, we are now, because this is a big public-private partnership, so it was started at the time that our government was still investing into innovation and the growth fund was still existing. Nowadays, that is a bit lagging behind, of course.
And you received 96 million.
Yes, so, and a part of that comes from industrial partners that we have on board. We have more than 20 companies in the breeding sector, but also potato processing industry that are supporting our program. And together, we try to achieve these development of new methodologies.
And what kind of crops are you working on?
Yes, so the crops are potato, vegetable crops, but also ornamentals. Yes.
Okay. And Stacey, what do you think, what are still the bottlenecks that are there, which need to be overcome to make these pulses more attractive in terms of taste, or what are you working on?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to echo that breeding is incredibly important. And then there's a whole host of other things that have to happen after that. We've heard sharing knowledge, farm-level knowledge, cultivation. It's very important that we do more of that to help de-risk the transition, but also partly because the yields are unstable, because the variability from your top farmer to your least performing farmer is also very high. But
are they more vulnerable than other types of vegetables? Because you're both mentioning in this stability and yield is like no.
Not per se, but okay. The issue, although I step in your shoes a little bit if I say this, but the issue is that we've severely underinvested in breeding them. If you compare to soy or maize, the levels of financing that have gone into breeding those crops compared to pulses. Pulses are peanuts, haha. Sorry. But I do want to also talk about that later part of the supply chain. There are also activities there necessary. And I want to start with saying, when we talk about consuming more plant-based, I think we first should start out with the concept of we should eat the pulses or the legumes as they are. Please eat beans for dinner tonight. That would be amazing. I would love it if everyone would do that. I don't know if there's a dinner.
I was going to say, I hope the organization has kept this in mind. Mardix is nodding his head or not. Might be some meat on the table, but go on, yeah.
And I think in order to get there, we need better social research and understanding food choice and the food choice environment. And I think that's number one. I want to say we are underinvested in social research in food choice and food transitions. And
okay,
thank you, social researcher in the back. Secondly, when we look at consumers, we know not everyone is willing to make a dramatic change. Not everyone will be happy going home and cooking beans. Not everyone has the time or the energy to do that. So we also need convenience foods. And when we talk about convenience foods and we are looking at plant-based foods, I think there are two things. Number one, we keep saying they need to taste better and they need to be less expensive. I agree with both of those. They need to taste better and they need to be less expensive. But number three, the elephant in the room that we are drastically under-researched on is this whole concept of ultra-processed foods. And you cannot talk about plant-based foods without acknowledging that. And as a scientist, I am really unhappy that we have very little science to share in that topic. I cannot have a measured science-based conversation if there is so little science out there. So I would like to make that plea as well. Please, let us research modern plant-based foods and find out how they impact our bodies, all the biomarkers that we can measure, so we can have a science-based, reasoned dialogue in this domain.
Because you're worried that these plant-based foods are super ultra-processed, and they might, or what is your worry?
Well, I'm reflecting a worry that exists
very diplomatic,
in the
yes.
world. Yeah. You made it my worry.
Sorry.
I will say, I think our best guess is that plant-based meat alternatives probably take us in a good direction in macronutrient composition because there's more fiber and less protein. Plant-based dairy probably goes the other way. There's less protein and there's more simple carbohydrates in it. But yeah, that's all conjecture. We just don't have the science and we really need it.
And who is this? Who are you talking to? Where should the...
Anybody? Yeah, I don't know. Who's making decisions about how research is funded and what our priorities are? Raise your hand.
Jean-Christophe, can you speak to this? Because you also told me, like, yes, we're a bank, we can't fund research, but who do you look to bring in more funding for this type of research?
I think that we can share the views between the fundamental research and the applicative research. And that is most important when you are farmers, that you want to implement something that is working. So there is some scientific point of view, and I respect it, and thank you for your speech. But at the end, we must consider the competitivity of the farms. So one of the main issues, we can try, we can test, but at the end, there is a competitivity issue that we spoke on the first one table with Archer about that. And I think it's quite important because on peas, there is a lot of experimentation in France. We are financing some experiments, but after 2 or 3 years, with all the disease, with all the issues from climate change, it's complicated for a farmer to maintain this kind of culture because they lost money every year. Even if you have some subsidies from the Common Agriculture Policy. So one of the main issues is to have research, but also to consider that we need to continue, but we need to find an economical model for this kind of production. And at this stage, it's quite difficult to maintain competitivity on several years. 1 year is good, 2 bad, so at the end, they choose a different way. That's a main point for me, how we can financing this kind of transition, this kind of evolution.
Karine?
So in connection with that, I think that it is important to have multi-actor initiatives that could be also at regional levels with the species adapted to these regions, with contracts that will make the farmer more confident to grow, for instance, pea. And this is important if we want to structure the legume sector. And this takes time, so we should have a long-term vision, but I think it's very important to invest in that.
Guido, how are you listening to this, to what Jean-Christophe is saying about the lack of competitiveness in this field?
Yeah, well, I think it's important for these kind of crops to have the whole chain from farmer to the consumer aligned, and that's where it's not the case. I mean, I've heard examples of soybean farmers in the Dutch polders also. They were producing fine, but then there was no market to get their soybeans soiled. So this whole system needs to be in place, and that's why also in the larger projects we also try to connect to other stakeholders and see that our innovations are not only very on a tiny square meter taking place, but are also getting the impact in society eventually.
Yeah. Is there someone from the audience who wants to respond to this discussion taking place? Yes, I see 2 hands raised. I'm going to come to the gentleman in the back first, who I think was giving the applause just now. What's your name and the company you work for?
Mr. Gooyer, currently unemployed.
Oh, are you looking for a job? I hear
No.
I'm sure talent of all ages is welcome.
I used to work for the top sector, agri and food, and just to comment, because the word was raised, UPF,
which means
ultra-processed foods. We should stop talking about it. Anything that you give attention will grow, and we don't need the UPF discussion to grow. In 3 weeks' time, there will be a paper out, Bekier and Forde, which basically will end the entire discussion. If you ask me, I funded the project, so that's why.
Okay, Stacey is paying attention.
And if you want a quote, I can give you a quote from Hannelore Daniel from Munich, who said the number of papers that have ultra-processed and associated in the title has exploded to 3,000 papers. So you go in the database, you find some connection with ultra-processed, with any disease you would like to see, and she calls that brainless science.
Okay, I want to give Stacey...
So just stop talking about...
Okay, but I want to give Stacey the opportunity to respond to what you just said.
Hi, Case.
Okay, you are familiar.
Yeah.
This is probably a discussion that's taken place before, maybe, but go on, Stacey.
Yeah, no. But thank you for the opportunity to mention the work that Kieran is about to bring out, and it is amazing work, and in effect, it's showing us that the texture of the food matters, and the texture of the food matters because it controls the eating rate. And in fact, the issue that they have been able to discover is many of these foods, which are fairly or unfairly labeled ultra-processed. I agree with you. It's a bad word, but hey, it lives in society. These foods that are labeled highly processed, many of them are foods that are very soft, have a very squishy texture, which means you can consume and overconsume. You can eat them very fast, and your body just can't catch up, so you don't feel full on time. And that's how we're over-consuming and how it's sort of damaging our health in the long run.
Okay.
It's an amazing study, and it's really, I think, only the second study in the world who is really digging into this issue and putting science behind it. But I'm afraid it's not going to end the dialogue, because one study never ends the dialogue. We need many more.
This one
go back to TKI and fund 5 more of those, please.
Okay,
I don't work there anymore.
Let's leave this here. Is there anything else
you
want to say?
One apology to the French audience. So this is an international part. The panel before was talking about ultra-negative attitude of the Dutch towards farming. This is part of our cultural heritage, my dear French friends. We are ultra-negative about basically everything. So don't worry.
Thank you.
I'm not even Dutch.
Hi. What's your name and the company or organization you work for?
Yes, Pierre Ferrand, farmer and serial entrepreneur, because I'm chairman of the board of 3 agri-tech startups. And I think one of the main, we are totally online to innovation, but I think the main problem is a pity that the European Commission are not here. It's time to register and time to market, because we need about 7 years to register a product in Europe, knowing that for my startup, for example, those guys prefer to go to Brazil or to US because it's too far and too long. In this case, we have innovation, we have technology, we have all the things, but perhaps it's important also to speed up the European way, or perhaps at country level.
Thank you. Does anyone want to respond to what he said?
Yes. I think that's the right answer, yes.
We should speed up.
Yes, and maybe one other aspect of speeding up is the whole discussion on new breeding techniques, the CRISPR-Cas methodology, or other genetic modification technology that is now on the European agenda.
Can you briefly explain what CRISPR-Cas is for people who don't know?
Yeah, so through genetics and crosses you can improve varieties, but now since we know very well what certain genes are doing and how you can improve them, we have tools now to very precisely modify some genes and thereby speed up the process. And I was just explaining how urgent it is to improve our crops to deal with all these challenges. So it would be wonderful if these new methodologies that are regulated in a much more positive way in other countries around the world, and Europe is becoming an island, that we are not able to agree upon that. So again, an example where discussions are endless in Europe and we're not moving forward, and this is not helping the sector, not either.
Because I was going to ask you, what is something, an innovation that you're very excited about, and this might be the answer, CRISPR-Cas or...
Yeah, I tried to explain that, for instance, to improve resilience, you need to turn many buttons. And to do that through the classical breeding pipeline is taking forever. And then breeding is already a slow process. So for complex traits such as crop resilience, this is even more difficult. So if using this new technology, and I don't say this is the silver bullet, but it will very much benefit crop improvement for sure. So
Karine, how are you listening to this? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. At INRAE, we use gene editing to validate the role of the genes. And
validate the role of the genes?
Of the genes, yes, in the laboratory. Because indeed it's a wonderful method to modify a specific part of genes. And we also make some proof of concept, as you say, to demonstrate that we can speed up, how much we can speed up the breeding process by using gene editing.
And how do you think we can speed up the adoption by consumers?
The adoption by consumers?
Yeah, what do you think is needed for them to adopt this more?
Regarding the adoption for consumers, so it's important that it increases, but this has to be increased with the production for legumes, with the production of seeds, to decrease the use of imported proteins. So we have to use our local proteins in Europe. It will be wonderful. And we are working by using genetics on the off-flavors of green legume seeds, because the consumers perceive green legume seeds as beany or bitter. So we are searching the molecules that are responsible for these off-flavors, and the idea is to target these molecules to improve the taste of legumes.
Okay, so yeah, Guido, sure.
Maybe I can add to that very important trait is disease resistance. So we all want to reduce pesticides, and everybody is aware of that. But yeah, plants have to be protected, and you can do that also by improving on the DNA level. You can do that by making crosses, but then it's going to take a long time before a plant is resistant to many different pathogens, because there are many out there. So if we can also use these new breeding techniques there, and that would hopefully be an example then that resonates much better with the general audience, no? Or climate resilience, drought tolerance, or those kind of examples.
Just one sentence to complete Karina's speech about the importance to have all the ecosystem involving in the practices. So it's financing, it's farmers, it's large scopes, it's big enterprise, it's consumers. So we need to invest with some contracts. So we work a lot with some French and some international company in order to provide some regional programs with money and to give some visibility to the farmers. So to know that you could have a good price even if your production is not so good. So I think that's very important that the whole ecosystem was involved in this kind of program, from the financing to the consumers. So for me, it's very, very important to have a good success on this.
Okay. Stacey, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, I think it's sort of building on that and also coming back to something Jean-Christophe said earlier about investment, that I think we're at risk of missing the middle of the chain. And I see that in the policy conversations. There's a lot of talk about the cap, and I think that's going to address farm, whether it will be fantastic or already is fantastic, we leave that aside. But I think what we are not taking along in that conversation is talking about the mid-chain infrastructure. And I heard earlier today that the cost of a potato is 0 at the moment. The cost of a kilogram of potato protein isolate is fantastic. 19 euros per kilo, because it is as functional.
Mr. Veerman, are you listening? Yeah, he's hearing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, of course, go on.
Because it is as functional as egg protein. And for that reason, it is a stable and very desired product in the world, and the Netherlands is making fantastic business out of pea protein isolate. But if we don't have the processing facilities to turn our raw materials into those high added value ingredients, then indeed we are missing out on the economic opportunity. Yet, those mid-chain investments are actually the hardest to make, and every single new company, scale-up that I am talking to in this domain is saying, I'm building a tiny factory because I can get tiny contracts for my suppliers, and the timelines don't match up. I need for the bank, I need to have a 10-year contract, and supply contracts in the food industry are 1 or 2 years. There's a big mismatch in the middle of the chain, and we very, very much need public policy to address that.
Thank you. Okay. We have just over a minute left, so I want to start with you, Jean-Christophe, and just ask you to, what's the last thing you want to say to the audience, something that they have to remember after hearing you on this panel?
Keep going, investing everyone, like you say.
Thank you. Guido?
Yeah, I think I learned again today also the whole chain is important, so let's focus on that.
The whole chain is important. Karine?
So please eat green legume seeds and look at in the package and verify that they are from Europe.
We agree completely. I was going to say eat beans for dinner.
Eat beans for dinner. Eat peas for dinner. Yes. Eat beans and peas for dinner. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are going to take a small coffee break again, and I'd like to see you back in 25 minutes. Thank you. Please take your seats again so we can get started. It's really nice how much you're networking. In this beautiful space, which is only becoming more beautiful when it gets dark outside. We are ready for our fourth and last roundtable. Please take your seats so I can introduce you to the speakers. Shh. Yes. Okay. This next and last roundtable is about how robotics, AI, and quantum can transform Europe's food future. I would love to introduce you to our speakers. First off, Isabelle Piot-Lepetit. She always knew she wanted to make an impact, and she found her place in economics and specialized in econometrics. During an internship at INRAE, she discovered agricultural policy research during a time when the Common Agricultural Policy hardly contained any environmental themes. And she completed her PhD on farming systems and environmental impact. And soon she was asked to continue her work at INRAE. And this was nearly 30 years ago. Since then, she's built a career at the intersection of economics, policy, sustainability, and digital transformation. Her early work focused on how farmers could reduce environmental pressures and what would happen when policy finally required it. And those insights directly fed into recommendations for the European Commission. As digitalization took hold in agriculture, her expertise in data and modeling and organizational behavior naturally brought her to the world of digital transitions. And she applies this expertise in data in her current role as research director in economics and management at INRAE Montpellier. Please welcome Isabelle Piot-Le Petit. You may take this seat, Isabelle. Jesse Roebers was interested in technology at a very early age. As a teenager, he helped build and run his school's school radio. And every month, everyone would listen to the school radio over the intercom for 15 minutes. And he ran all the technical work for this school radio. And this curiosity really led or fed into his future career. He studied electrical engineering. He worked across media and telecommunications, spent 14 years at KPN. And at KPN, he quickly moved from engineering into strategy roles. And he helped build the first interactive TV services in the Netherlands. He later joined Ericsson, then he joined the Amsterdam Internet Exchange, where he became Chief Commercial Officer and worked at the heart of the global internet traffic and infrastructure. In 2019, 6 years ago, he stepped into the world of deep tech. He got onto the advisory board of the European High Performance Computing Joint Undertaking, and he got into quantum technology. He helped co-found Quantum Delta NL. He wrote the national agenda for quantum technology in the Netherlands, and then he served as the board member responsible for industry adoption, and he was my boss for 2 years, which I loved. After 6 years in quantum technology, he took on a new role and a new challenge last year. Today, he's the VP and Managing Director in the Netherlands for IMEC. And IMEC is one of the world's leading research hubs in nanoelectronics and digital technologies. Please welcome Jesse Roebers. Christophe Aubé grew up on a farm in the south of France, wanting nothing more but to become a farmer like his father. But, sadly, his father, knowing the stress and also the uncertainty and the lack of income, told him not to follow the same path. So Christophe thought, okay, if I can't farm the land, I'm going to find another way to help those who do. He studied aerospace engineering, he worked in the aeronautics industry, and then he did turn back into agriculture with a new question. How can we make agriculture really sustainable? And with sustainable, he means environmentally, socially, but of course also economically. And he came to the realization, what's the one thing that farmers never have? It's time. Time. So he decided in 2016 to start a company together with 2 co-founders. It's called A Green Culture. It's a company that develops autonomous systems that gives back time to farmers. It's a plug-and-play kit that turns existing tractors and farm machinery into safe, autonomous tools. Right now, he runs a team of 65 people. He recently raised 6.5 million euros. I can't name the investor, but it's an investor coming from the Netherlands. And also since 2021, Christophe is the president of Rob Agri, which is France's National Robotics Association, funded through France 2030. Please give a warm round of applause for Christophe Aubé. Okay, welcome, panelists, for this last and final panel. Jesse, can I start with you?
Yes.
As an expert in deep tech, of all the emerging technologies, AI, robotics, quantum, which do you think will have the biggest impact on agriculture in the next 10 years?
Yes, difficult to say, but it's all is very important to do and to drive things further, and especially the crossover between the technologies and the food and agri sector is crucial. If you look to seed breeding activities there, they need a lot of power to do calculations, to execute algorithms, to make next decisions there. Quantum computing could be in a direction where they need to invest in. Rijkswane was supporting also the national agenda of quantum technology from the beginning. if you look into the agriculture and health needs, photonic sensors are pretty important to do speckle checkings, to do substances, and to do some quality control. But also, if you look into the future of roboting, humanoid robots, sensors on these robots are crucial to figure out if it's ready to harvest or not, and how to cut the things that you will harvest or not. So it's pretty important to look to all these technologies, and especially to the crossovers between the technologies.
Okay.
And then not to forget the output of the technology and the AIs and the sensors to AI possibilities.
So you can't make a choice, I suppose, and I'm going to come with you in a moment. Christophe, when I ask you for what you're most excited about, I guess the answer is robotics or not?
I mean, yes, of course. But I think we have, I mean, robotics, we do not design robotics for robotics. We do not design technology, high-tech for high-tech. We really design solutions for farmers. I'm sorry to tell that. And
why are you sorry to tell that?
Why?
I'm sorry to say that. Why?
Because we see in startup VC, in startup environment, that we design something because it looks relevant for the world, and it may solve a problem I have in mind, but nobody faces the problem. So we focus on what has really an impact. And actually, as a son of farmer, it's easier to explain, okay, maybe it's maybe too much techno-pushing and not relevant for what the farmer needs. But of course, robotics, if it brings value for the farmer, and bringing value for the farmer means profitable. I mean, we do not imagine something that is not profitable for the farmer, and especially right now. So it's the first point we expect to have, I mean, in my job and for my teams.
And let's make sure we really understand what you do. Can you explain? You have a plug-and-play kit that you put on top of a tractor or an existing machine, and it becomes autonomous, boom, within an hour, right?
Yeah, I mean, for a few tractors, I mean...
Do the pitch, just so everyone understands.
Yeah, it's really plug-and-play. I mean, you take the tractor and you put our system on the roof of the tractor and then press the button in the field and it works. I mean, it looks simple, but we spent almost 10 years to develop it. But at the end, we have a lot of a challenge, because I mean, it's not robotics for robotics or to avoid the farmer to be in the farm or in the field. It's really robotics to give time for the farmer.
Yeah, you really want to solve the problem of not having time for the farmer. Okay, Isabel, you study how systems change, how farming systems evolve. Do you think this is the moment for digitalization in agriculture? And if yes, what makes this moment so important for that transition?
Yes, it is a moment because technology are there. They are already working. They can be implemented on farms. So tools are available for farmers. The things they are facing challenges that are difficult to handle with conventional practices also drives farmers to look at those technologies. So yes, it's a great opportunity for them right now, but then they need to face challenges.
What kind of challenges?
Because the first one is to change how they work. And when you have a farm and it's an heritage, you have also cultural habits, way of doing things, traditions, and in this case, the economic system is changing because they need to build upon new things and to let behind their heritage for some of them.
So many people are connected to just a traditional way of working, you mean, and it's very hard for them to adopt a new way of working.
Yeah. But it's not just for farmers, it's for all of us.
Humans.
Changing an habit needs efforts.
Yeah. You work directly with farmers. What would you say are your biggest challenges or hurdles that you're facing in having them adopt your new technology?
I mean, the first challenge is to be able to prove, and not only for my company, but for many startups and innovation companies, to prove the profitability. You cannot start speaking with farmer if you do not prove you have profitability. But it's not only the profitability for the farmer itself. Most of the time you have to go through dealers, through sales company and so on. So it's profitability at each, for each companies, because again, you are not able to propose your solution to each farmers individually, so you need to be supported by by dealers and other companies. So it's profitability for all, and we see many companies forgetting to include that chain and not able to address the market. It's not only profitability, because after you have the trust. I mean, if you do not have any trust on what is said by the startups, by, I don't know, for the solution, I mean, most of the time it's quite big investment, so you need to be sure that in the 5-10 coming years, your solution will continue to work. So it's definitely easier when you are a big OEM first-rank company to have the trust of the farmer, because they spent years and years to have that trust, and it's the reason we stopped designing robot to be only a system provider for big company. And after, I mean, profitability, trust, and time. I mean, we have, one season every year for seeding. So if you miss it, you need one additional year. So we cannot propose to VC the same scalability of our business than for fintech or other companies. So profitability, trust, and time, it's the biggest challenge we have to face daily for our technology and for adoption.
And can you talk more about the trust? Because you told me how you discovered that this was such an issue. Can you tell the audience what your experience was?
It's a very simple example. In 2020, since it was quite difficult to have business because we lost all our contract, we said, okay, we have the capability to design our own machine. So we designed our own machine. And before selling the first machine, we spent hours and hours on demonstration to many vine growers. And 2 years after, we sold that robot to another company. And we found any demonstration with a price multiplied by 3, they sold more machine than me. So
your machines, but they reached...
Yeah, it was my machine. So, but that company has had 60 years old, and they used to bring innovation to farmers. They have the trust of vine growers. So it was definitely easier. So my job is not to do with less time and less capabilities the same job than OEM. So let's focus on what has value for them, for farmers.
Yeah. Understood. Yes, can I ask you, there is a lot of technology. You built your whole career around asking the question, okay, but how are you going to bring this technology into the market? Can you talk about this in agriculture? Because it's one thing to have access to technology. It's a second thing to accept and to adopt the technology.
I think the magic word is still the crossover. How can we translate technology into this new market or other markets, or markets that make it applicable and use it on a daily basis? If I look to the deep tech environment, we are pretty nice to exchange academical papers. We are pretty nice to talk with other startups about the technology that they are developing, but that's not going to help to sell your products. So we need to go to these types of events. We need to sell, we need to make the translation, but also hire the people that understand these markets, like Crystal is saying. You need to engage with the industry and also to make the translation in this direction. And that is the biggest challenge that we have. How can we bridge this industry into the next level and to the agriculture sector or the food process sector? But also we need to look sort of training programs for our workforce of the future to make them already enormous tech savvy, because otherwise the adoption will take slower. If you're looking now, for instance, the health system, people that are already trained in technology and they start working, they will work with technology. If you want to train the existing workforce in the hospitals, yeah, they say, I did it already for 40 years like this, why should I change this? So we need to start early, we need to all start also in the academical world on this, and also with curriculums at the agriculture universities on technology, not to develop the technology, but to embrace it and to make it applicable on their goals that they want to achieve.
Yep. Isabel, how are you listening to what's being discussed right now?
Oh, yeah, I think the point I agree upon is really that to look at farmers like entrepreneurs and and each companies, they need to have a vision and then a strategy, and it's where they are going toward, but at the same time they need to get returns and a living from their activity.
To get what, sorry?
A living, revenues.
Revenue, of course,
Right,
yeah.
so
to make a living from there, yeah.
They are very between short-term and long-term strategies. And the thing is, when you are providing them with things that can be evolved, that are small and then that can be connected to other modules and then moved forward the long-term strategy, it makes it easier for them to go for the innovation and the gains it can receive right now and then the gain for the future align with what they would like to do for their farm.
So what's a concrete advice you would give to Christophe?
Since it's look, as Christophe said, looking at the needs of the farmer and explaining them what they will gain from moving to this technology, and not just from a monetary perspective, because around farms there is a lot of non-monetary things that are very important for a farmer, and if we can not just say, well, you will make a benefit or profit, but explaining them what they will gain from using the technology and how it's going to match with their own strategy, then they will be very happy to listen to.
Okay, so tell them what they are going to gain and how it matches with their own strategy. What's your response, Christophe?
I will make a work on the side. From the early beginning, from the company, we used, and you can see the name of the company, A Green Culture. We were focused only on ecological impact. Saying to the farmer, look at that, it's really, really nice to preserve biodiversity and to respect the soil, to preserve soil compaction. it's really nice, so buy our solution and it will be wonderful in the future. And moving a little bit after, and why, we try to understand, okay, what is the main argument to buy innovation and technology? And all farmers do not refuse what we are telling about ecology, sustainability, but they are okay to accept and to use that technology only if it's profitable first. And it was a really, really big challenge for farmers to be able to be convinced that it will be profitable first.
But why? Because you're really replacing a person's time. You're putting a kit onto something and then it moves autonomously. So what made it so difficult? Because I can imagine it saves money right away. Or am I mistaken?
Yeah,
or am I doing your pitch right now? Yeah, but apparently other people weren't.
It's always a good question, and but in France we have almost half of our farmers that will be retired in 5-7 years. We have only 1/3 of farmers that are being replaced by young farmers. So we have a lack of.
I would say best market to operate in for your product, right?
Yeah. So. I do not expect to replace farmer. I only find a solution to put the farmer not on the cabin of the tractor, but on the ground to take good decision. So I do not consider that robotics will replace farmer. Robotics will allow farmer to do his job. And how we see robotics in the future, the first step is to do almost what the farmer is used to do. So, normal farming. But the second step would be to have more profitable way of farming. And we have a lot of new ways of farming, like strip cropping. It's a lot of studies in Wageningen are done for strip cropping. It's very nice. It's preserved biodiversity and has a lot of impact, but it takes time. And in the future, we can even continue to adapt our solution, the tractor, to downsize, to have it more profitable for the farmer. The implement, we could use laser weeding, that takes a lot of time, very accurate spot spraying, like Eco-Robotics is using, having a very nice solution, but it takes time. So profitability is very nice to adopt the solution, and then we can engage the farmer for new way of farming. It's the vision we have for the future and for 5-10 coming years.
Yep. Yes, I saw you nodding your head as Christophe was speaking. What were you thinking?
These are important steps to do, and that's what we need to push further. So important to do.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't say more. You have the right words. It's good to do.
And can I ask you, because we now have sensors, we have satellites, we have robots, we have machinery. We don't always have clear, connected insight for farmers. How would you say, can we better link all these data sources to give farmers more, let's call it intelligence, actionable insights?
The infrastructure to get this information to let together is very important in Europe. That is at the moment enormously fragmented. Also in my role as an advisory board member of the Euro-HPC joint undertaking, where they're looking to making supercomputing infrastructure and quantum computing operational and available for the academical world, but also for the industry, where you can do mass calculations there. These infrastructures are important to collect data, to crunch the data and translate it to solutions that are required or outputs that get advices, etc. And also in this setup, I think the collaboration on this topic is pretty important also between France and the Netherlands. We have the Jules Verne project, for instance, where we invest jointly as two countries in infrastructure, a supercomputer infrastructure that is helping this technology further. But it is mainly, again, on the academical side. We also need to make this step in the industry part.
What needs to happen in order to make that happen, you think?
That is collaboration. That is people that will step up and step over their own shadow and start collaborating there, and a little bit of push by different governments to help these things happening, because these are pretty strategical and we need to remove boundaries to make that happen.
Isabel, Christophe was mentioning the economic viability, which is very important. What would you say is the economic viability for precision and smart farming, especially also for maybe mid-sized farms?
Well, it really depends on the situation of the farm, because from an economic perspective, it's a farm that is in trouble. Smart farming can be very expensive, especially when the farmer does not have the experience for managing and repairing and maintaining the technology. Then it can be very costly. And it's different as if you have a big farm with a lot of cash flow and things like that. It's easier for them to invest and to maintain. So for the viability for small farms and SMEs, I would say going for modularity, going step by step. Going on a path and focusing first on what is most important and relevant, and then moving forward each step at a time.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious, are there comments from the audience? And I'd also love to hear from a few farmers. Were you a farmer as well? Can I take the microphone? How are you listening? Because you were a farmer, right? You got up at the very beginning, I think. What was your name, Lina?
Yeah, actually, I'm a farmer, but back home in Algeria.
Oh!
So not at all in
Europe. Algeria, okay. But
yeah.
are you already adopting new technologies on the farm, or maybe your parents' farm, or the farm?
No, yeah, actually, it's my family farm, and not at all, because actually it's olive trees. And we have them in mountainous areas in Algeria, so it's kind of difficult to adapt. But now I know that in Europe it's starting to be more easy to have access to the tools to robotize and reach into the olive trees in really dangerous area, because there's also the fact that being in the mountain and it's really, really dangerous.
It poses a risk to you physically as a farmer.
Yeah, actually, even taking the machine to the trees, it's really, really hilly, so it can actually flip and
fall onto
it's
you.
really harmful for the farmers. So actually, I hope those technologies will come to Africa in general, not only Algeria. So it will be less harmful and it will help a lot of people, actually.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to respond to the conversation taking place? Yes. What's your name and the organization you work for?
Hi, thank you. Thank you for your speaking here. My name is Maarten. I'm from a Dutch agricultural paper called Nieuwe Oogst.
And you're writing an article about this conference?
Kind of, yeah.
Perhaps? Okay.
About this topic.
Okay, nice.
Coming to that, because I was at another event previous week in Heerenveen, and it was also about this topic, and we met some farmers, and they had a patience or a waiting behavior attitude towards this development. And they bring arguments in to wait because it's too expensive right now. It's they are afraid that they don't trust it now because it's a big investment. And also about skilled labor, they need more studies and education for getting skilled people in the sector. So they know that it's coming. They know it will be part of their life in the future, but not for now. So I was thinking, if you look at the defense sector in Europe, there you have the discussion on making more money free for defense, but the developments in drones and other technologies are so fast that the governments are thinking, should we invest in just one vehicle, one kind of drone? Because we know maybe it's about 3 months or 2 years, it's already old, and they've come with new technologies, new projects. So they're thinking of another way of financing instead of being just owner of a product, become owner of the process and the innovation development behind it. And is that also a solution for agriculture sector, that a farmer does not buy a very expensive robot for now, which is very old, about 2 years, and when there are new technologies? But instead of that, more about the lease contract or something else, that the farmer is part of the process and he can already start to...
But always benefits from the innovation in later years,
Yes.
I understand.
Yeah, I have a lot of words.
Yes, sorry. Christophe, do you want to respond? Is this lease model maybe... Is this a thing even, that innovation becomes old-fashioned very, very quickly in farming?
Yeah, I mean, the best challenge is how to prove and give evidence to farmer that what he is buying today will not be obsolete in 2 years. A robot is almost like a laptop. So if in 2 years your machine is obsolete, I mean, the investment is only for 2 years. So it's really a challenge, and it's only the question about the trust. I mean, if you buy a big tractor from John Deere, you may accept to spend €500,000 for your tractor, because you know that in 10, 20 years, your machine will probably continue to work. If you buy the same machine from a startup, you don't know if in 6 months the company
The startup will still exist. Yeah, that's a problem.
I mean,
I can imagine.
it's really a question. Of course, we could design new business model for everything, and leasing is really a good option. But we have many constraints for investment because the farmer has to buy to have some fees back. So we should discuss with banks. Crédit Agricole is still here. And many organizations to say, okay, is it possible to have new business model to accelerate innovation adoption? But again, of course, we see many robots that are quite expensive. When a laser weeding system is at more than €1 million, only for weeding, of course it's expensive. So we expect to have very quickly new solution at more, cost efficient. of course, we expect to have it in Europe, but we see, and I was in Hanover in Germany 2 weeks ago, that many Chinese companies are coming with almost the same technology at
Much
10% of the price. So if we are not able in Europe to design our own solution, it will come from other countries.
Isabel, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that in the transformation we are right now, there is a challenge from an economic point of view, is the thinking on digitalization as products. You know, you invest in a product and then you use the products and then you throw the products when it's not needed anymore. And if we want to think to be sustainable for farmer and anyone involved in the sector, we need to think about service. The thing at the service. And then you are not investing in a product that you are going to use. You're investing in a service, and then you need to develop collaborations with a service provider. So that can be the company that builds the product. And the updates, how it's going to work, it can be co-created, but as a service, not as a product, because as Christophe said, you never know if the company can be there. You need to, technologies are changing very fast. And
Understood. Yes, sir?
I think also coming back really to your question, I think we need to find ways to get these players again tech savvy, but also find mechanism to involve them in the technology that we're developing today, so that they understand what's coming up, but also can give the feedback on the technology and the cost structures that we're having today. As an example, IMEC is pretty good in building the newest chips, put as much as switches
pretty
in the
good,
black
world
box.
leading, yes.
Yeah, world leading, yes, but pretty good. Building roadmaps for the phones that you have in your hands, etc. But making the technology applicable there, we're looking much more to industries that needs to go to the next level. Therefore also, for instance, in the Netherlands, we built the One Planet Research Center jointly with the University of Wageningen and the Radboud University and the Radboud Medical Center to bridge that gap, to look to the technology. How can we build sensors, chip sensors for nitrogen? How can we build sensors for humanoid robots? How can we build photonic in lighter technologies to optimize radar that could help to do agriculture roboting? And only by bringing these expertise to center, we bring literally the people from the different universities in combination with the IMEC people together to build that bridge.
Yeah.
And that's an example and an important step also to make that step to future farming, future food processing, etc.
Yeah, building those consortia. Understood. Our time is almost up. Can you briefly say maybe a last takeaway that you want the audience to remember?
Yeah. I'm not an expert in smart farming. I'm more involved in digital agriculture, which is broader. But the thing is, my takeaway is what Christophe said, that we need to answer the needs of the farmer first when we think about new technologies.
We need to translate the needs first.
Yes.
Yeah. Really think about their needs. Yes, sir? What are your last words?
It's important that we bridge and that we bring this sector as close as possible with, in my case, the deep tech environment, so that they can easily make the step to products and solutions which, for instance, Christophe is developing at the moment. And at the moment, what I'm also facing, you're doing innovation. Why should we do innovation? We'll wait until the product is finished. But then it's probably too late.
Right.
So on a lower TRL level, companies like this, and I think Lely earlier today was a pretty good example. They stepped in, they did a lot of research, a lot of developments there. I encourage many players in the industry, from the agriculture, but also the food processing like Danone, to activate and become, take a role in this deep tech area.
Yeah.
And also in the crossover between the Netherlands and France.
Wonderful. Christophe, last words.
Robotics
is not designed against farmer to replace farmer robotics. Is really, really a nice opportunity to bring to farmers first profitability, time, and of course we will bring to farming environment new way of farming that will bring more sustainable way for our food production.
Is there something that you need, from the audience? Is there any way that people can help you in building your company?
Yes, we know that our solution could bring a lot of more sustainability. Sustainability means more biodiversity. Who is able to pay for more biodiversity? I mean, I have more bees. Who will pay for more bees in my field? So it's really complex to ask farmers to do a lot of effort, but in front of that, nobody pays for that effort. So who will pay for that?
If you know the answer, you can find Christophe during the drinks later. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are not yet at the end of this event. We're going to hear a wrap-up by a special person who I would like to introduce to you. Professor Johan Garssen grew up in a tiny village in Friesland with 5 houses, a school and a church. He wanted to study medicine, but he didn't get in on his first try, so he started biomedical sciences at VU University and later found a way to study 2 things at once. So he graduated in medicine and biology, and then obtained a PhD on the role of T cells in respiratory allergy. And from there, his fascination only grew. How does the immune system protect us? And how can we influence it safely? After his postdoc, he joined the National Institute for Public Health, but around his 40th birthday, he thought, I need something new. Some people might call it a midlife crisis, but he didn't buy a motorcycle. He moved into applied research. He helped rebuild Nutritia's research center as head of immunology and also stayed with Nutritia when the company turned into Danone. And today he serves as the chief scientific advisor at Danone, translating scientific insights into medical and early life nutrition, but he never left academia. He's a professor of immunopharmacology at University of Utrecht University, and chair of the Future Food Utrecht community. And he's, I think we're ready for you. Please give a warm round of applause for Johan Garssen.
I think, Irene, you can continue for another 5 minutes. So my first question is to you. What word, only one word, is coming up in your brain thinking of what happened today?
Storytelling, positive storytelling.
Positive storytelling.
I think that's my main takeaway. We need positive storytelling about the incredible impact that young people and everyone can make in the agricultural sector.
You all agree? Yeah? It's not so easy because we are facing a serious problem. You all realize that. So it's about climate change. It's about, exposome, blah, 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 blah. It's a lot. And I think it's now a good moment to ask Jean-Jacques and Manix, please stand up. You have to stand up because what you did together, but also with some other people in your environment, you organized this meeting today. And I was chatting with Irene just a few days ago because she wants to know a little bit about my life. And then we were both a bit worried. My goodness, this program is so packed, so many presentations. How can we organize that? Well, you did a great job, Irene, so no doubt. So a big applause for Irene.
Thank you.
And as I said, for Jacques and Meinix, it's really, really great. Wrapping up is almost impossible what happened today. But there is good news because there's a YouTube channel, so you can look at it tonight when you arrive at home, or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. I have no idea how long it will stay there. Maybe Marnix and Jean-Jacques, you can inform us later, but so you can look at it later. But just a few comments. So for me, it was very different from, let's say, the regular conferences I'm going to. Yeah? Then I'm presenting about immunology, which is something about defense, protecting. Yeah? Someone here, and I think it was you, Irene, you said plants do not have an immune system. That's not true. They do have an immune system, yeah? Yeah, so it's really amazing that there are similarities between plants and human beings. So I'm a scientist looking into human health, but there are so many similarities. So that's what you have to keep in mind. For me, it was a very different conference than I'm used to, but it was also unique. It was great. Lots of speakers from all kinds of sectors, yeah? From profit, from non-profit, from the European Commission, and I was triggered, because what did he say today? There is budget in Europe for health. That's good news for me, and it's also good news for my university and my company. There is budget for tech. That's also good news. There's budget for agri, which is needed for food. That's also good news. But there is a little worry, because so now and then I'm trying, and you know that, trying to bring these people from LNV and VWS together, so this in the Netherlands, Ministry of Health and Agriculture. That's not so easy. That's not so easy. It feels a bit like that they are working and living in silos. Yeah? And these silos, that was affected by this meeting today. Yeah? So thank you so much, Jean-Jacques and Manex, because that was happening. So you managed to organize and invite speakers from different sectors, yeah? From commercial companies, from the governance, from universities, high-level professors, senior directors, VPs, senior VPs, CEOs of spin-offs and companies, company like EMAC. I had some discussions with them. It's really fantastic what they're doing, but much more than that. We need to interact. We need to interact. Step out these silos, out of your comfort zone. That's the only way how we can manage the serious problems we are facing nowadays. Yeah? We have to create healthy food for everyone. For normal, healthy volunteers, patients, everyone. And there we need to change. There we need to change the mindset. So stop competing with each other. Stop blaming each other, but work together and innovate together. You know, I'm a dirty professor because I'm working with a company. But within my university team, I can never produce medical nutrition. I do not have a factory, so I need that insight. Yeah? So stop silo thinking and work together. And again, as I said before, that is what's happening here, because I've seen all these different disciplines, all these different people together. So for me, that is an example, and it was, honestly, I did not visit a conference like this that many times before. So this is a great job, Marnix and Jean-Jacques. It's really, really great. Let's continue that. Let's continue our roadmap, although we are living in a very difficult phase. You know, geopolitics, what's happening in the Ukraine, and it was mentioned several times, that was impacting, let's say, our food. Yeah, that's amazing. So now and then we suffer from populists saying all kinds of stupid things, that there is no climate change. Well, I can tell you there is a climate change, and that will impact our food, and at the end will impact our health. So we need to work on that, and we can only do that together. So it's a bit different than, let's say, a regular wrap-up, because we do have this YouTube channel, so look at it. So you can just send emails to the speakers, ask your questions. So it's a bit brutal that I say that now, but they can do that, eh, Irene? Yeah, they can do that. So that's it for now. Let's move to the next topic, and the floor is again yours.
I think so. Thank you so much, Johan. One round of applause. Thank you. But before we move to this next, the final section of this event, I would like to invite the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to France to the stage. Please give a warm round of applause for Jan Versteeg.
Thank you very much. I think we've arrived at the moment in the conference that everything has been said, but not yet by everybody. So I'm facing a bit of a dilemma because one of the things I learned in the past couple of years after arriving in Paris as the Dutch ambassador in Paris was my colleagues told me, Jan, you should know French speech culture is different from Dutch speech culture. In Paris, it is a sign of respect for the audience if you have a well-structured speech with good content, beautiful rhetorics, elegant language, and not too brief. So there you go. I have 11 pages, but I hesitate to use them at this very moment. So I'll just give some personal impressions. First of all, maybe if you also noticed that this was announced as a series of round tables, but actually what we saw was not a round table. There was no table. It wasn't round. It was four people in a line, and the only thing there was a cube, a square cube. And I was reflecting on that because round table, that is therefore meaning, but I think this was very smart to take those square cubes, because if you put 4 round tables together, you still don't sit easily together, difficult to reach each other and so on. But 4 little cubes, much easier. So a little bit the message that also the professor just had in a minute. The main takeaway today is make sure you really engage in a conversation with each other. Storytelling is one thing, but also exchange. Talk about trade-offs, like you said, Peter. Listen to people that are very enthusiastic about the common agriculture policy and people that are more critical about it. Talk to people that consume goods, people that produce goods, people that have been for generations in this profession, people that are youngsters and want to start a life in it. Talk with each other. In that context, maybe a small anecdote and a little coming out. I know I'm taking a risk here. I'm a vegan. And that came about because I have 3 children that all independently chose to be vegans. My wife followed them, and I was discussing all the time with them. But in the end, I thought, well, why not? Why not? That could also be my little contribution to lowering our carbon footprint. And then, of course, we get a lot of guests, and we decided to also serve plant-based food to our guests. But I don't want to be preaching about it. I don't want to deny anybody his or her right to eat animal products. So we just did it. But then at some point, my staff said, well, Jan, this is a nice story. It's a conversation piece. Why don't you talk about it over dinner or over dessert? And then I thought one day, yeah, I'm going to do that now. We had a delegation over from a rural province in the Netherlands, headed by one of the provincial ministers. They were there to discuss important investments in that province. And when the dessert was served, I thought, well, now I'm going to talk a little bit about what they've just eaten, what the protein transition is that is also supported by the Dutch government, and so on. And I really got started and talked a little bit about it. And then the lunch was over, and we stood up, and the regional minister that was next to me said, well, Ambassador, perhaps I should have said that I'm from BBB. And I thought, ooh, now probably I have a problem, because next weekend there will be a party barbecue, and they will say, this guy in Paris that works for the Netherlands, he went crazy to tell that sort of stories over luncheon. So I didn't sleep for a couple of nights, but then beginning of the following week, there was a post on Facebook of that regional minister, and he said, we had a very interesting meeting in Paris, very fruitful. We were wonderfully received by the Dutch ambassador there, and very interestingly, he served plant-based food to also contribute a little bit to the protein transition. And that was for me really an eye-opener, because seriously, I thought, well, now I'm into trouble. So don't think out of stereotypes. There are different voices everywhere, and the important thing is to engage in a discussion and don't have any judgments on what the other should think or say beforehand. So I think that also what we did here today was really in that spirit. Compliments for choosing the subject and for getting these people together.
So well done, dear colleague François Labrune and your teams. It is, of course, an element that also fits into a wider strategy to have a more autonomous Europe, less dependent. And in that respect, I wanted to make also the announcement for the 24th Erasmus Descartes conference that will take place next year in Paris, will be organized by the Dutch Embassy in France, and it will be about European security and the wider issue of resilience. So that's the subject for next year. With that, I think I've come at the end of my speech. A big thank you to everybody that collaborated in organizing and executing this wonderful afternoon, and also to all the participants for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that really nice anecdote and giving us that eye-opener at the end. We're almost at the end of the conference, but there's a special part of the conference happening now, because today is all about bringing people from different backgrounds together, collaborating between organizations, between our two countries, and we have to realize that collaboration always comes down to the willingness of individuals. And this next and last part of the event is about recognizing two incredible Dutch personalities who spent years of their professional life dedicated to more collaboration between France and the Netherlands. And yeah, they will be recognized in a ceremony which will be led by the French ambassador to the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Please give it up for François Labrune.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to tell you that when I saw this picture of President Chirac and Queen Beatrix 25 years ago, I realized that we have been faithful to the ambition that they had defined. And we just finished this 23rd edition of the conference Erasmus Descartes, and it's for an ambassador and his team, of course, a very important moment. And I would like, if you allow me, to express my deep gratitude to all of you for your presence, for your contribution, which is so important. To our Dutch friends and colleagues from the Embassy of the Netherlands in Paris for the collaboration. And if you allow me, a special thank to the team of the Embassy, and particularly to Jean-Jacques and his team and Marnix, who have, as usual for this kind of events, done something which has impressed me very much. And if you allow me, a special thanks to Jean-Jacques, because it will be his last Conférence Descartes. So I would like to... This debate, I will not come back to the content of the debates, but of course the human factor has been very important. And as you said, I am in this conference in a position to do something which had not been done maybe in the past, which is to use a conference to honor people who have really contributed in an exceptional way to the cooperation between France and the Netherlands, and particularly in this sector of food and agriculture, and by bestowing them le Mérite Agricole. Mérite Agricole is a very prestigious decoration that is extremely searched for and appreciated in France. It was created in 1883 to recognize outstanding contributions to agriculture in France and abroad. And it's, of course, very important that the association of people who got this distinction in the Netherlands, AMOMA, is represented, and I would like to really give all my thought to Thijs Hendricks, who represent the association. So this is a privilege for me to bestow this distinction to two exceptional people who are present here, of course. Professor Johan Harsen, whom you have just heard, and then I will ask Louise Fresco to follow, but I will start with you, Professor, and if you agree, could you please join me? Monsieur le Professeur Harsen, Mr. Johan, when one thinks of you, one does not think only of a professional with an outstanding track record, but as a true bridge builder between disciplines, sectors, countries, and above all, between people. Your chair at Utrecht University is a perfect example. You connect research on food and nutrition with health sciences and pharmaceutical innovation, creating synergies that benefit both science and society. For more than 20 years also at Danone Nutrition Research in Utrecht, you have been a catalyst for collaboration between academia and industry. You strengthened the ties between the Netherlands and Danone headquarters in Saclay and helped shape a thriving Franco-Dutch academic, scientific and industrial cooperation with partners such as INRAE, Institut Pasteur and AgroParisTech. You also led Future Food Utrecht, a platform where researchers, students, policymakers, entrepreneurs and citizens work together on the sustainable transition of our food systems, giving young talents not just a voice, but a real role. Your colleagues often say you don't lead by giving orders. You start by asking, what do you think needs to happen? And then you listen, you connect, you inspire action. That is your strength, conversation, connection, and momentum. Your energy, your openness, your ability to bring the right people together helped us to shape this conference program that is both ambitious and meaningful, and we would like to express also a particular gratitude for that. You are always exploring new territory, novel partnerships, unconventional funding routes, bold ideas that don't yet fit the system. You encourage your team to take initiative, to dare, to grow. You foster a culture of trust, curiosity, and courage. Today we celebrate not only your achievements, but also the person you are. You don't seek individual praise, but your contribution deserves full recognition. And the presence of so many partners here tonight from the food, health, and pharmaceutical sectors speaks for itself. Dear Johan, this distinction is more than an honor. It is a tribute to your vision, your spirit, and your unique ability to bring people together. Pour toutes ces raisons, et au nom de la ministre de l'Agriculture, de l'Agroalimentaire et de la Souveraineté alimentaire, nous vous faisons officier du mérite agricole.
I never hugged an ambassador before. Huh? This is amazing. Yeah. Oof. Dear ambassador, dear governor from France, I'm so proud. Thank you so much. And I have no idea who informed you with all this info. But there must be some spice in this room. Yeah? It's receiving an official Friends Award is unique, especially when you are Dutch yourself. I'm just a Dutchie. I go to France now and then for holidays, and then I talk about du pain, du vin, du boursin, du camping, and plage. But this is different. So thank you so much that you make this possible for me. But just a few additional comments I need to admit. And that's for me really, really important. Please keep in mind that this was only possible because of team science. And I had some discussions during the lunch break. Then someone was asking me, hey, Johan, KPIs, that's only in companies. That's not true. Within Utrecht University, one of the KPIs is team science. And that means work together and not in silos. And that's what I have to admit here. This was only possible because of team science. And not only within my academic team, but also within the company I'm in already for more than 20 years. Also their team science is extremely important. No silos, no competition, no elbows, as we say in Dutch, but working together. But that creates synergy. And that's also what I felt during this conference. Having all these different disciplines, all these different expertises, let's combine our forces, because that's the only way to solve the problems we are facing nowadays. And one of the problems is healthy food for everyone, affordable. Yeah, as already said, I'm working together with a company Danone. It's really funny because it started as a Dutch company, and that was 2001. And I'm really happy that Katrien van Laar, she's sitting in the back there. Now she's turning a little bit angry that they mention her names. She was there in that time as well. That was called Numico. It was some sort of spin-off working on healthy food for early life and patients, medical nutrition. It was Nutritia. But at a certain moment, Nutritia was acquired by Danone. And you know what was clear? That the food in the canteen changed directly. Because in the past, we only had these unhealthy croquettes. And then at once there was this Danone French food. So the food was much, much, much better. So it started with a Dutch company, and then it was acquired by this big French multinational, having research hubs all over the world. So in Utrecht, just 2 minutes walk from my university facility. So these PhD students and young people, they just walk from one place to another. So working with young people is so important. That helped me a lot. Yeah? That's also team science. And what was happening today with these young scientists, I love that. And maybe you do not know yet, but they will visit tomorrow our campus. And I will go with them to Danone, and I will go with them to the university to show all our facilities and the way of working. So again, I'm almost nervous now. Huh? You notice that? That's not my normal way. So again, thank you so much. Thank you so much, all my team members. Some of them are here, some of them are online, some of them are just at home. It's incredible. But there's also another thing I have to say. It's not only your colleagues, your team members. Team science, now you will remember this is extremely important, but it's also my private life. Yeah, so I'm really proud that some of my family members are here now. But I already noticed that some of them are still in a traffic jam, because we have the most serious traffic jam ever in the Netherlands today, because of the foggy weather and things like that. So they're watching the YouTube channel in the car now. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. So besides thanking all these team members, all these colleagues, I have to thank my family as well. My lovely wife sitting over there. incredible patience, but also protective. And so now and then criticizing this stupid guy. Yeah, but it is, and then my kids. Yeah, they are almost all here. And then the most important thing in my life, that is my grandchildren. They are too young to come to this place, but I do have 6 grandchildren. You know what that means? So it's the best that happened to me during the last 6 years. So it's a bit emotional, but that is simply true. And then last but not least, my roots. So that is the basic. That was in Friesland. I was born over there, and my father is still alive. My mother not anymore, and my father is here. He's over there, he's almost 89. So not that healthy anymore, but he needs a proper nutrition with maybe a bit more proteins. But I'm trying to influence him. But his fridge is full with these proteins. Yeah? So, last sentence, enjoying family life, family pleasure, family love, but also with friends, is essential to keep on moving. It creates positive energy that is essential, and is essential for innovation. Because when it's all optimal, top at home, work is much easier, and also the other way around. So, that's it for now. I'm so proud, and thank you so much. And please tell this also to your government in France. Amazing that just a Dutchie is receiving this medal. It's, what can I say?
Dank u wel. Je vais maintenant inviter Louise Fresco à me rejoindre. Madame la professeure, chère Louise, quelle meilleure façon de conclure cette conférence que de vous rendre hommage, vous qui symbolisez cette relation d'amitié, de coopération entre nos 2 pays. I will switch to English, even if you are totally fluent in French. But I think you need no introduction, especially in this group. What is very special is that it is the second time that I present you with French decorations. A little bit more than 1 year ago, I had the opportunity, the honor, to present you with the insignia of Chevalier dans l'Ordre National du Mérite. And I will never forget this moment, because it gave me the opportunity to discover an extraordinary personality. Somebody who is not only famous for achievements, expertise, or knowledge, but not only somebody who impresses all of us by the clarity, the elegance of your expression, but somebody who, when we see you and when we cross your eyes and the way you look at everybody, enable us to be immediately enraged by the light which emanates from you, and which also gives us the possibility to understand things which are complex, but that you render clear. And I think it's very exceptional, and I think in this regard it is totally justified to decorate you every year. Your career is a perfect example of what international cooperation can achieve. From your early research on tropical crops to leadership roles at Wageningen University, the FAO, and on various boards, You have consistently brought people together across disciplines, countries, and sectors to collaborate, innovate, and strengthen agricultural systems. You have inspired the next generation and enriched our understanding of agriculture worldwide. And you still travel a lot, extensively. I heard that you were recently in China for a few weeks, and you have visited nearly every African country. A truly impressive record that speaks volumes about your commitment, your passion to tackle shared challenges such as famines, scarcity, and food waste. And you are truly a connector. As you said in your 2009 TED talk, food is as important as energy, as security, as the environment. Everything is linked together. And your impressive maîtrise of languages, of cultures, has allowed you to build bridges, especially between France and the Netherlands. An effort recognized, for instance, by your Doctor honoris causa from the University of Montpellier, and j'en profite pour saluer Monsieur François Pierrot, vice-président de cette université. But also by the enduring and invaluable ties you have built with French research institutions such as INRAE and CIRAD. But your impact goes far beyond this sector, far beyond research and academia. Through your columns, documentaries, books, you have shared your knowledge with the public, as I said, making complex topics understandable and engaging. And through your love of the arts, and thanks to you I discovered the opera in Amsterdam, you have connected science, society, and creativity in ways that inspire all of us. So this decoration, chère Louise, is more than deserved and is a tribute to a career, a vision, and a life dedicated to connecting, inspiring, and leading. And once again, a way to tell you that we all feel lucky to know you. Pour toutes ces raisons, et au nom de la ministre de l'Agriculture, de l'Agroalimentaire et de la Souveraineté alimentaire, nous vous faisons officier du mérite agricole.
I will say a few words in French and then I'll continue in English. Votre Excellence, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, quel plaisir d'être là de nouveau pour la deuxième fois, de recevoir une reconnaissance de la part de la République française. Je suis là avec humilité et même avec une certaine timidité parce que, en fait, je n'ai fait que mon devoir. J'ai fait ce que je pensais faire quand j'étais toute jeune, quand j'avais l'âge de 15-16 ans. C'est justement la famille Biafra qui m'a touchée, qui m'a fait penser qu'il fallait faire quelque chose en agriculture et dans le domaine nutrition, santé, agriculture. Et en fait, c'est ça que j'ai fait. Précocement, j'avais compris qu'il fallait intégrer les choses et malgré le fait que je ne sors absolument pas d'une famille agricole, mon père était professeur de philosophie, j'ai pris ce chemin et je suis encore aujourd'hui ravie que j'ai pu faire mes études et une grande partie de ma carrière à Wageningen. Mais ce qui est le plus important, c'est que quand je pense à ce que j'ai fait comme devoir, ça a été toujours une collaboration, une synthèse, une presque, je dirais presque une réunion d'esprit avec mes collègues de beaucoup de pays, mais bien sûr aussi mes collègues français. Je suis rentrée très très jeune encore, j'avais 35 ans je crois, au conseil scientifique du CIRAD. Et c'est justement cette synergie scientifique, culturelle, psychologique qui m'a formée aussi. Et j'ai noté aujourd'hui, en pensant à notre rencontre ici, que c'est très étonnant que deux pays qui sont si divers en termes d'histoire, la France, un grand pays peu peuplé, avec une géologie, une agroécologie très différente des Pays-Bas, une tradition agricole féodale en grande partie, les Pays-Bas tout petits, peuplés de façon très très dense, avec des marécages partout. Pourtant, ces deux pays, en sortant justement au début de l'âge des Lumières, ont développé une science agricole et une science de la nutrition et une science vraiment de l'environnement qui est remarquable. Et c'est aujourd'hui ce qui nous réunit beaucoup plus encore qu'avant. Les deux grands pays qui sont les leaders dans ce domaine sont la France et les Pays-Bas. Donc je suis ravie qu'on a pu avoir cet après-midi. Et de nouveau, je remercie la République française et vous personnellement pour vos mots. Si vous êtes d'accord, j'ajoute deux mots en anglais. It was a wonderful afternoon. It was for me an afternoon with many ideas, of course, that are familiar to me, that make me happy, because some of them, in fact, I was thinking, I probably said this already 25 years ago, but this happens when you get very old and things repeat, les choses, l'histoire se répète. But it was an afternoon also full of energy. Yet, at the same time, I have to admit to some worries. We agree, geopolitics are probably more difficult than they were ever before. Science, on the contrary, has improved, has developed. The challenge now is to meet the geopolitical challenges, but at the same time also, as you said, many of you, make sure we get a new generation, not just of farmers, but also of scientists. And this is where I want to address the young people in the room. Agriculture is not just about the small and beautiful. It's also about hard work. There are no easy solutions. There's no free labor. There's no free land. And it really requires a very smart, specific type of innovation, which will take many forms. My worry is always that we talk in so many generalities that we think there's one blueprint for the whole of European agriculture. That is not true. But yes, what is there is that if we make progress in developing diversified models of how science can be applied to different eco-ecological systems, then we have something which is indeed not just what we do here, but also a basis for exporting and for sharing our knowledge with the rest of the world. I spent most of my time outside Europe, at least working on countries outside Europe, and I think that still remains a real important responsibility for all of us. So please go on with your wonderful work and think not just about the Netherlands and France, but about Europe and the world as a whole. There's no peace without food and agriculture. Thank you.
And such incredible timekeeping. It's 18:58:52. So I'm not even going to take a minute. Thank you so much for being here. It was a great conference. Drinks are ready for you. Please join me in one last round of applause for everyone who was here today. Thank you. Enjoy.